PKA 565, the high episode with our guest Tucker.
Yes.
Taylor?
This episode's brought to you by Blue Chew and SmartMouth, a couple of wonderful sponsors. Tucker, thanks for coming back.
Yeah.
Every time it's the end of an episode, I'm always like, fuck. Well, he's probably not coming back this time.
Well,
like because of some nonsense one of us will say.
I was baited into this one again. I feel like I was on here like 2 months ago. It wasn't that long ago. Mm-hmm. It was definitely a quicker cyclist one. So nothing of note has changed. I promise. We're still
like
here.
Need to furnish that house back there.
This is so.
Am I on target?
No, I'm actually as close to being done as possible. So what you're seeing is the corner of my bedroom. It's. I don't know what I'm gonna put. Maybe a little one of those ottomans that you can sit and put your socks on, or
it's high class
sofa table with plants. I don't know.
Yeah, right there.
Sex swing. Kyle loves sex swings.
I hadn't even considered all the.
I'm not even being ironic. Kyle takes up a huge amount of space in his bedroom with sex.
The majority of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, what do you think would fit well there, Kyle? That would give him the most utility.
Oh, like one of those big crosses that you can attach someone to, like a big.
Like a whipping crucifix thing. Yeah, an A-frame even.
Yeah,
That'd be good because you're up here, and then my living room's downstairs.
You got high
you're
ceilings
just looking.
there.
30 feet.
Yeah, you could do some suspension work.
27. I lied to you. It's 27 feet.
You ever do any hook play?
You can do some wild sex.
Yeah,
I know.
We could trapeze for heaven's sakes. I mean,
I know. I'm just worried about the personal liability of somebody falling from one of those things.
You need to date more gymnasts.
You're right.
What all can you do in the Ramsey Bolton thing?
For anyone.
It doesn't I don't have any giant sex apparatus in my home, but it seems like the what is it? The Sibian? Simian?
Yeah, the Sibian.
Not Simeon. That's the one for apes. Yeah. Just thinking some ape's bean. But no, that one seems like it would make a lot more sense than the crucifix one. Because
what if you don't want her to get away?
Yeah, but what are you? Do you ever hop in? Or are you always the torturer?
Where would I go?
In the swing.
I don't need to be restrained.
You would go in the A-frame. Do you
She's
ever
the one trying to escape?
I mean, I know from our text, Kyle, that you like to be the torturer, not the torturee.
Yes.
In your sexual play. Do you ever let him flip the script on you a little bit?
Not the sub.
Yeah. Do you ever become the sub? Try it out. Just
no, because what if I end up like George Costanza, like handcuffed to that bed, and she robs me and leaves?
Good story.
Yeah.
Yeah. That could go poorly. I don't know.
I mean, you just have to make it so that you could break out of the chains if need be.
Well, that's
already strong.
Some sort of chains that I can break apart like Samson?
Yeah, like prop breakaway chains.
Prop breakaway chains. This is part of my sex life now.
Can't believe I'm having to spell this out for you. You fucking retard. Well, I guess that then. Even though it doesn't make any. Didn't you just buy a sex bench?
Yeah, it went poorly though. I don't think it's. I don't know how to put it together.
Well made, right?
No, it's not well made.
Dude, I was telling Jackie.
1 star.
Kyle had an entrepreneurial idea. I would make furniture that you can bring the noise, Kyle. Bring the noise. There's no pounding you can put on a fucking Woody's Gamer Tag heirloom quality furniture that
solid mahogany.
I know how to design for racking forces.
Generations of semen have dried on these boards.
That needs to be the tagline. Your children will inherit this.
Yeah, you don't want to hand down sex toys. That would be vile.
No. Yeah, that thing was like terrible quality, and it wasn't. Yeah, like $400.
Did you return it and get your money back?
For $400, I would have you fucking hand cut joinery walnut or
2x4s and plywood. It's terrible.
There's so much profit margin in that.
There's so much.
And 2x4s are like Douglas fir and soft pine. Of course, it didn't hold.
I don't think it was a holding issue. It was I just can't figure out how to put the thing together. It's fine. I have others.
Oh, maybe
Douglas fir. You wouldn't catch me dead fucking on a Douglas fir.
It's soft.
No birch for no bitch in this home.
No birch for no bitch. No, I'm a mahogany man. Would that be a good wood to fuck on? That's what I think of when I think classy.
Mahogany,
wood, mahogany.
It is classy. I like it, but it's also soft. You want like a hard maple or an oak or something. I would think if you're going to subject it to racking forces.
I just
racking forces.
Yeah.
Forces.
So picture like a child who made a table and just like put the legs on the bottom and then push the top of the table. It like falls over like that. It's weak.
Dumb kid.
You're right. That's why you have an apron holding the legs vertically around the bottom of the table.
Okay.
And that makes it stand up to racking force. A racking force is when you like tip it, like push it into the angle. If I built a square box and pressed two corners, that would be a racking force.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Man.
So you put X's in there. You really sturdy it.
That would work, right?
Cross
Or you could
beams.
put gussets, which are the angled pieces on every corner.
Oh, yeah.
That would sturdy it too.
I've never made anything that wasn't like delivered in a box for me, like ever. And I started off like, I remember I was putting together my lat machine. This was a year ago. So it's not like I was 29 and I was like, I got all the equipment. Like
You weren't wise like you are now.
No. And I got this like big lat pull down seated row machine. It was the first big piece of like non-power rack equipment I put in my home gym. And like you have to loop the thing and like screw it all together. It's from Titan Fitness, so it's not like it's all welded together. You have to make the whole fucking thing. And I remember like putting it together wrong at one point, and like my now wife is down there with me, like playing with the dogs in the corner in like the hockey area, and I like throw something across, not at them, like at the wall, and I'm like, fuck, I'm such a fucking idiot, I'm such a fucking retard, even a fucking monkey can put this together. And she's like, Taylor, you need to calm down. Every time you put something together, you scare me and the dogs because you're screaming about how much of a retard you are. You can't figure it out. I'm not exaggerating. No, I'm not being hyperbolic for the sake of comedy. And I've had to like tell myself when I have trouble putting other things together now, like, it's okay. It's all right. It's fine. Put a smile on your face. You know, sometimes
you ever do this one? You ever like put it like a third of the way together and realize it's all wrong and has to come back apart?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's what the problem was.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
I had already gone back with some things to like extra tighten the bolts.
Yeah.
And then it was like, no, idiot, you put the wrong thing here and it's going to tip towards you and kill you or whatever the hell. So yeah. I'm better at it now. I really have learned more patience with it in the last year, putting gym stuff together in furniture.
Dude, two things. One, patience comes with age. That just helps.
Mhm.
I used to actively work on it. I'd design a woodworking project and I'd be like, you know what? I'm going to do an inlay carving right here, which is like where you sort of carve out a groove and then fill that with perhaps a contrasting wood. So if it's a light maple, I'll put like Purple Heart in the engrave so that there's like an emblem or something on it. It is slow, careful work. And it was just to work on patience like it was a skill, not an attribute. That's
good. That's a good idea. That's very zen of you.
I was gonna say, I feel like I actually enjoy putting furniture together if it is reasonably, like if I can do it myself. I hate asking for help when I'm like, okay, I can build it. But the problem is that I'm impatient and I'm not good at following directions. And oftentimes I am doing it when I'm high. So I'm like, I like get excited. I put the music on and I'm like, oh boy. And then I get halfway through in the IKEA, like the internal shelf is upside down. So like the lacquered part is down and I'll stare at it and I'm like, who's going to see the inside of this shelf anyways? And I'll just keep it going.
You just keep going.
Yeah, I'm not going to undo it all. IKEA furniture is made to be assembled once and never unassembled. Like, that's throwing it away.
It will fall apart.
It falls apart eventually.
It's kind of crap, mostly.
Oh, for sure.
It looks good in this showroom.
Mm-hmm.
It does. They have their store is such a trap. Like you can't just go a little bit into an IKEA.
Meatballs, Taylor.
Well, that's also predatory. I've written to Costco with the same complaint.
Those hot dogs
predatory. All those hot
They're
dogs.
too affordable. God damn it.
Yeah, the nachos, the pizza, all the little samples. Man, I haven't been to Costco in forever.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever been.
That's the most fun grocery store to go to. I don't know what about it is so much fun. Maybe because like you're like, I'm not just getting snacks for tonight. Like I think there's like an internal voice in my head where it's like, you can eat all of this if you want to. Like no one's gonna stop you. You can eat that. The one that it looks like
family
a
size
cinder block of goldfish. You know what I'm talking about? Where they have a
guilt that comes with. My wife had chocolate covered
guilt.
almonds today, and I'm like, that looks good. Then we had a guest over. I'm like, but of course it's good. It's just fat covered in sugar. And Jackie explains, people don't like him.
Well, I mean, that's why it's good. Yeah, and of course, it's like when I'm in the middle of a feast late at night, like if I start to feel guilty, I'll block that out with more eating. But the next day, is when it's like, oh man, you really fucked up. Like you go to put the goldfish back from your coffee table, and you know when you pick something up expecting weight, and you're like, you pick it up too quickly because it's empty. Oh, that's a feeling I've experienced many times.
No.
If I fall apart diet-wise, it's usually late night snacking.
Always.
So in the morning when you clean the bedroom, that's where I do it. It's like, this plastic tub used to have salsa in it. And there were an appropriate number of chips that went along with it. And then I eat it convincing myself, like, by overloading this chip with salsa, I'm eating fewer chips. So
I mean, that's true.
It is true, yeah.
It's pretty healthy.
This is within the last year, but I got unbelievably high, and we didn't have any snacks late at night other than these like Colby Jack cheese sticks. And each one 80 calories. I ate 11 of them. and like, they have those little like peel apart pieces. Yeah. And so the next day, like I woke up and I was like, oh, why do I feel like such dog shit? And I just see my side table by the couch. 11 of those piled up.
880 calories of just nothing but Wisconsin Colby Jack cheese. Manufactured cheese.
That's so much cheese.
No fiber in that meal.
Yeah.
No. I feel like I could take Taylor's poop and use it as a shank on a hammer.
Oh, you could. It could be like mortar. It was so difficult to get out.
Oh my God.
I mean, I'd do it again.
Try me, bitch.
I will do it again at some point. I love it. And I only knew I purposely didn't count out the wrappers. The only reason I knew it was 11 is because they come in a pack of 12, and I wanted to get one the following night, and I was like, I can't just be. Oh no!
One.
Like you ate 11. I like that I went back the next night. I love cheese. I love cheese.
That's so painful.
It is. What are your guys' late night snack? Your guilt. I guess I know your guys more Woody with the trail mix, but Tucker,
I haven't had trail mix in ages. I'm sorry.
Ooh.
I'd sometimes do chips and salsa even now, but not much. I've been pretty good. What I have been snacking on is fruit. I've convinced myself that no one just balloons over fruit. I have mixed fruit. It's like kiwi, melons, blueberries, strawberries.
Standard mixture.
Yeah.
Okay. And the trouble is, if you eat like a bowl of that, it is like drinking 2 cups of water and going to bed. Your body doesn't see much difference. The same with watermelon. I'll do the same thing. So you're lucky if you can make it through the night and not pee.
That is like a fun thing where like you get in your own head, like, I'm going to be so healthy tonight. I've done that with grapes before, and I will just eat hundreds.
You can overdo it on grapes. I've done that too. Oh no, that hurts your belly. Quit mine anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good after a little while.
Have you both eaten grapes until you felt pain?
Yes.
Is that what I'm hearing?
I've never had fuck.
Yeah. We're doing like 3 Walking Deads in a row. It is hard to watch 3 1-hour shows without food. So I'm like, well, shit, if you're going to indulge, do something healthier. It's grapes. And I had a ridiculous amount of grapes. And I'm like
in the colander, just like on the stem.
I had nearly a colander full of grapes.
A colander of grapes. Standard unit of measurement.
I mean, that's what I remember. My mom would always take the grapes and put it in the colander to wash them off. Yes. And then like, I'd just be like, all right, well, let me just eat them off the vine, and then when they're done kind of thing. But
yeah, but you can overdo it, and it hurts. And I'm like, I don't know if it hurts more to be bent over or to stand upright. I need to do something.
Those are the worst, where like you really put yourself in a bind. You're like, you did this to yourself.
Yeah.
And you knew you were doing it as you were doing it, and you forged ahead anyway.
I forgot that. I thought the amount of grapes that hurt you was more than a colander. I thought it took more. It doesn't. A colander will get it done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Colander.
One of the worst like snacks I've had in the last year or so, the sea salt caramel chocolate covered almonds.
Jesus Christ, that sounds good and bad.
They're unbelievable.
I believe you.
And I ate the entire like tin of it in one night. And
I think they have bitch ass unsalted chocolate covered almonds downstairs.
There's so much like powder salt on these.
Yeah. Oh God, the worst.
I go get my Morton's. Great. I had a little more, you know, and I remember like throwing away the package intentionally.
Wait, hold on. You add salt to your sea salt?
No, I wouldn't do that. I was joking. It has plenty of sea salt caramel on there.
I think he salted.
I think he salted
it. Yeah, Kyle and I have agreed.
He's like, I give it a little caramel drizzle, but I would never.
Given my track record, you're right not to believe me, but I don't do that. But I remember like going to throw that little container away and like glancing at it and like seeing nutrition facts and like turning the container in my hand and placing it the other way in the garbage bag. So I wouldn't know what I'd done.
It's a person in my family had like 5 almonds in there. I'm like, that's as many calories as my meat tonight. Like it's just 5 almonds covered in chocolate. I bet it's over 200 calories.
Each almond is like probably
no
50
way.
Each
chocolate covered
almonds
on there.
It depends how much chocolate, but an Oreo is like really low in calories compared to that.
But an Oreo isn't like natural high calorie food covered in sugar.
It depends what kind of sugar the chocolate we're talking about. Is it like that dark chocolate, like powdery stuff, or is it like
we're talking like the coated,
it's
like an M&M.
Oh, okay, that's
like if you were to cut this in half, like the almond would look like the core of the earth, and the chocolate would be like the mantle, like a huge amount
Zach
of chocolate.
says 85 and 5.
Thank you. Well, in any case, almonds have calories.
Speaking of chocolate and yummy treats, Kyle, you made some delicious baked goods today, packed with just probably a stupid amount of marijuana.
So I took, I wrote it all down.
That's less than I expected.
I took 7 grams of 25% THC marijuana, and I cooked that into cupcakes for a total of 1,750 milligrams of THC, which is a little more than we want tonight.
Almost twice as much.
So we are doing 6
about
of them.
10 times more than I want.
You took about 2/3 of the.
I've got
cupcakes
2/3.
The other 1/3, I guess, is for
the only problem is 2/3 of the cupcakes when you're trying to hit 1,000 milligrams is an entire plate of cupcakes.
Taylor, are you looking at that and thinking, what's the problem? Because
I started on this one already.
What are you gonna eat the last 3 hours of the show?
So I think what I'm going to do is start like by eating one now and then slowly rank. Like
you should ease
up.
into it.
That's a. Do they taste good? Oh, sorry.
No, they don't. That was my question. They don't. They don't. They taste like grass, probably. That tastes like chocolate. If I had to guess, like everything that I've had, especially that strong, just tastes like grassy chocolate.
Yeah. It's really strong with weed, but I did put real frosting on top, so that doesn't taste like shit.
Yeah, it looks like you put a huge amount of chocolate to mask it.
I went to this smoke shop today and I bought Delta 8, an edible.
No!
Wait.
No, I just the whole Delta 8 stuff is kind of like it's legal for me to get regular weed here, so it's like why I always have this weird connotation. Yeah, I have this weird connotation with like anything that's not traditional THC. Right, like when I was growing up, kids smoking spice and like the other like stuff. It just is weird. But I think Delta 8's fine. I'm pretty sure.
I think Delta 8 is the bee's knees. That it has like
it is great.
It's not bad for you in the same way that pot's not bad for you, right? Like alcohol's worse. Anyway, I could go on, and it's legal. And I thought that I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to. They were really mad last week, and we're doing like a makeup episode. We're trying to get it right.
We'll get high as shit. And like if I know what you mean about spice and having that hesitance, because like if this were like spice, no one would be doing this because I did spice in high school and it was just a panic attack. We've talked about it before, so I won't dwell on it, but it was the least pleasant drug I've ever done in my life, and I would never do it again. The reason that Delta 8's so popular is because it feels pretty much the same as weed.
Mom, if you're watching,
that's what I've heard.
This is a gentle thing. Alcohol's way worse. They say it's science.
So my probation ended on the 2nd. So I got a Delta 8 vape pen. So at midnight we started like just fucking hitting that thing before I flew to Denver, and in the morning, and it got me so scary high. Like the Delta 8 got me. So. Like maybe it was just because that was the first thing I'd ever smoked, and when I get back, I'll be like, oh, this Delta 8 stuff's weak, but like it seems as strong to me as like this like dab pen. Like it seems so strong.
We'll see.
I asked the guy behind the counter if Delta 8 was stronger than pot, and I'll save you what an annoyance that was. But the takeaway was, some people say one, some say the other. It's close,
dude. That is such a like rule 1 if you've been in a dispensary before. Don't ask that fucking weirdo his opinion on any of the weed.
Yeah, don't be
Google
like,
it on
hey,
your
can I like
phone.
it? Yeah.
It looked his size. If I did an ocular pat down, and I thought this guy's a subject matter expert on weed and Delta 8, and I could use a little hand holding. When I did that in Colorado, the dude was like he knew what was up. He's like, yeah, I know what you need. We'll get you all set up. We'll point you in the direction of success. This guy wasn't that guy. He was unable to answer questions well.
What a
He
dick.
was like
Shocking.
elusive. I was like, is this a bad question? Do I look like a
How was
cop
he
or
elusive?
something?
Are you like, how is this drug better than that one? He's like, maybe.
He was like, oh, it's hard
We'll
to say.
see,
This-
won't we?
And then he kept thinking that I was going to think that he was lying to me. He's like, yeah, but see what happens if I tell you this thing, then you'll hear something else from someone else, and you'll think that I set you wrong, that I'm not telling you the truth. And I'm like, no, I just don't know. I don't know. I want some help.
Yeah.
And
That guy's smoking too much weed. He's paranoid.
Yeah, he's paranoid in his own like head shop. He's like, are you a narc, dude? Like, I don't
asked
know.
him, I was like, is this a bad question? Like, am I coming off like a cop? He's like, no, Delta 8's legal. It's not a cop thing. And then he proceeded to dodge my question.
Do I look like you're like open carrying
Yeah.
in the store?
I worry that I
Fiddling
look
with
like
the
a cop.
trigger.
Like, I've got a bit of a cop look, right? Does this not scream undercover detective at least a little, right?
You absolutely,
Detective, no.
yeah, a little bit.
But-
If you had a mustache, damn.
Detective would have, or a regular cop would have shorter hair, no?
I
No,
don't know.
I've seen
I
regular
think
cops
you've got
do
a very copy. I was gonna say the top from your eyebrows up looks like I should be afraid.
Very
Okay.
copy.
Yeah, very copy. Just from there up though, you look like it works. But.
What does a detective look like? Well, I guess detectives. No, I was thinking of like an undercover agent. It wouldn't matter. A detective isn't solving crimes like.
He looks like a normal
shadows.
person.
Yeah.
Like Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah.
Like Sherlock Holmes.
I was wearing a trench coat and a paperboy hat.
It was
Maybe
a
that
pipe.
was the issue.
This is me and my gay assistant, who has a crush on me, and I'll never acknowledge it.
Wait, is Watson gay?
I thought, maybe I read a tweet about that.
Was it a
Well-
fan fiction about like how they wanted Watson to
Oh,
fuck?
I
Sure.
guarantee that's out there.
I want to explain what happened last week with the lack of pot. We explained it on PKN, and we all knew we'd do it again on PKA. So why didn't we do 1,000 milligrams last week?
Because it's irresponsible.
No, it was.
That doesn't stop us.
We talked about it pre-show, but I was so high that I thought we talked about it during the show last week, but we just couldn't get any edibles, and I wasn't really thinking of doing it that week necessarily. I didn't think that like I had said it was going to be the first week or whatever. I just said I'd do it on the show, so I was surprised anybody was upset.
Regardless, we got everything now. You've got your nasty ass chocolate muffins, and you can just wolf those down.
I can wash them down with this
Cream Zevia.
Zevia. Yeah,
You need milk. What
There
is
isn't-
that you have there?
it's cream soda. It's like Zevia.
Oh, okay.
It's not a good. It's a
Why
terrible
are
mixture.
you looking at it like it's bad? The cream soda.
Because
is
I'm
like the best
eating these
flavor.
weed cupcakes
Yeah.
with it, and they
Well, then
taste.
don't rip Zevia. That's a good soda.
You know what you really should have done? You should have blended it into a smoothie. And it is probably easier to drink your THC your can of butter than it is to eat it.
I don't think we have a
I
blender
bet.
here.
Oh, you would have. So
you could throw it in there.
I would take
Shake,
milk.
shake.
I would just take milk and there's actually ice cream up there too, and like ice cream and like all of those, and just blend them up and just
There you go. Well, he blended his internet.
like
up.
trade realm.
Can you get high through your asshole?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what they
is
say?
Is it like the same? You know how like one shot of vodka in your asshole is like way more because it's just going right in. We all know.
Sure,
it.
I know. Yeah,
We've
yeah,
all
yeah.
tried
Do
it. Dozens of
They
times.
say 5. I think 4.
Yeah.
You don't want to use a tampon for that.
I wonder if it's the same with weed. Like if you put 10 milligrams of like a
Dude.
gummy and let it dissolve in your asshole, maybe
You
you get as
get-
high as if you ate like 80 or something.
I just searched. You get more high boofing weed, and we're not gonna get a lot of good answers from Google on this one. I'm gonna let you know.
No
that
studies
sounds
have
like
been
a
done?
Bing question.
No one's
Metro.co.uk wrote an article March 21st, 2017 with the title, "You should be putting weed up your anus instead of smoking it, doctor's advice."
Doctors advice. Hi, everybody. You should be shoving it up your asshole. I'm Dr. Nick. In case the impression was so bad, you didn't know
it does make a certain sense. Like if you smoke it, there's some particulate matter and lung damage. I know it's not a lot because you tend not to smoke as much air, I guess, as you would a cigarette, right? But people don't smoke 22 joints a day.
No, your throat would die. They say use a repository and then throw it up there and not like sit on the trees. And
do they sell marijuana suppositories that you can stick up your butt?
But I'm thinking of a market now if they don't.
But I don't know how this absorption works. Do girls have two options?
Oh my God.
They can get twice as high. And you can too if you're really dedicated. Just sounding it. You're like rolling it and sounding it. I've made a very
you have my attention.
Long spike of honey oil that you need to insert into your dick hole.
God damn it. Wait,
that is we're all progressive here with sex and everything. That should be illegal.
Sounding?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no need for that. I can understand a need for getting elbow deep in somebody's ass medically, but there's no need for to stretch your urethra.
Yeah, those are like the ultimate like send some. It's like what Jar Guy and
BME Pain Olympic.
BME Pain Olympic. That one, it sucks how like all of us who came up on the internet in that time, like I can close my eyes and picture every bit of that guy's asshole.
Yeah. You
know,
I can. I know I can recognize Goatsy so well that somebody had in a video game I believe I was playing had like carved it into like the hieroglyphics and stuff. I turned the corner and I was just like, wait, that's man. Like it was like 5 pixels and I'm like, yep, he's spreading his ass.
I have easily recognized pretty small Goatsy ASCII art before.
Yeah.
I remember like having to consciously get myself like away from looking at Bane's mask. Like,
my,
Goatsy.
you're right.
Because I was like, this is going to be a good movie if I'm looking at his mouth like it's Goatsy. But, it wasn't that great of a movie anyway. I think the more years that go by since I've seen it, the more I'm realizing, the Bane one really dropped the ball.
I need to see it again. I liked it at the time, but I think I've only seen it once.
Yeah, it's not a terrible movie or anything. It's just compared to the first two. No.
They have a fist fight in broad daylight. Nobody brought a weapon.
God, it is a bad movie, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it is.
That is the problem with low-tier superheroes. That regular people can beat them with
He's
guns.
the peak in DC, right?
His vertebrae was sticking out of the skin, and he crawled out of a pit, traveled across the entire globe, and then started that signal fire on the fake Brooklyn Bridge.
Only because he had health insurance. If he were a poor superhero, he would have been fucked.
You're right.
He had no way to call like a jet or anything. They didn't even explain that. He was just in the middle of nowhere.
Didn't he fix it by rehabbing it himself in a pit?
Yeah,
he
rehabbed
universal
in the
health
pit.
insurance in that country. It wasn't high tech, but
The vertebrae was sticking out.
And that is
Taylor's blended his internet.
Like fuck,
Taylor. Usually when someone pauses, they look bad, but Taylor's got a good look going on right there.
He looks suspicious. He looks like he thinks someone's lying.
I'm seeing handsome.
He looks
now
like
that
a
you
screen-
say it, I see that too.
He's like, yeah, keep going, but sure, you got stabbed. Okay, Hey, what's up? It's Blurry Taylor.
Fuck.
You'll come back, Taylor. I think it'll just it'll fix itself.
Oh, you hear me still?
I can't. You're a robot-y, but I got the words.
What the fuck up, you guys?
It kind of looks like DJ Khaled in this one.
That morbidly obese guy.
Yeah, but just in the face with the.
Feel better.
That's a good ass burn. Yeah. No, that horrible, ugly. You look like him, no, but not like the funny part.
All right, you're so fucked up. You're so fucked up.
All right, I'm gonna be back. Come back.
So let's edible.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking of taking it 1 hour in. I'm taking 25 milligrams.
Ooh.
Look at us.
That was
That's
good.
better.
I like that one.
You like that one? All right.
No, I mean that one looked like we were about to have a debate on like ESPN on like which quarterback is less racist or something.
I was thinking of taking mine 1 hour into the show so I'd get more effect from it. Like, so, I don't know, there'd be more show around it.
30, 45 minutes an hour. Depends on what you're taking and how much you ate and all that stuff. But I mean,
Just
if
had
you
dinner.
take
Does that
Yeah.
hurt it or help it?
hurt it, but I don't think it's not like you'll get less high. It just will probably take more time. It's got to mingle with the food.
Not
Now
yet,
you're
Taylor.
fucked.
Now you're actually fucked.
Yes, silly Taylor.
This is
I
what
think it'll
happens.
just go away as soon as your wife's download finishes. Why did I bring her into it? Then, because it was a joke, then it'll be fixed.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, if I were, depending on how confident and comfortable you are operating when you are when you have taken edibles, I think a full hour of the show at the end is plenty for you to get. Everybody's different. For me, if I take edibles, I'm gonna fall asleep.
Yeah,
Like,
he's
I don't
never
know.
taken them before. I'm gonna make some coffee soon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get a coffee in a moment. But yeah, I don't know. It's been fun. This whole trip's been really fun. Dirty, just getting so fucking high, and I'm always joking about like slipping drugs into his drink and stuff to keep him on his toes. And I pretended like I was injecting him with something last night. He flipped out. It was great. So I've been keeping him really paranoid because I got like syringes, so I can. If he just sees me, like
right.
I can like boop him with my finger and then just be like, like as I'm walking away, like pay no mind.
Erica, are
Yes.
these good jokes or bad jokes?
I mean, if you're the type of person that's gonna fall, like if you think Kyle has an injectable drug he's gonna spend on your forearm to get you high, then you kind of deserve to get pranked.
If I have injectable drugs, I'm not sharing them.
That's what I'm saying. Whenever somebody was like, "Man, they're gonna lace your weed with like psychoactives with LSD," I'm like, nobody's wasting fun drugs on weed. Okay,
No.
Nobody's gonna be like, "Hey, man, laced it with some coke. It's gonna be 4 times the cost now, though."
Yeah, the only thing that'll happen is people will put like fentanyl and stuff or fentanyl or
And
whatever.
heroin.
Yeah,
and
but
stuff.
no, and cocaine, but like not in weed. I also don't know.
Yeah,
why
not
they
in
do
weed.
that.
They do it because it's so cheap and it gives such
Oh.
a big, like, powerful boost. But they always get the dosage wrong. That's not true. Sometimes they get the dosage wrong. There's lots of people out there doing fentanyl and be like, "Man, this stuff is awesome. My dealer knows the perfect amount of fentanyl to give me. It's wonderful. My last dealer killed 3 girlfriends. This one, amazing."
It is easy to get really inaccurate information around drugs, but I read that when someone dies, it's good for sales. That they're like, "Ooh,
Oh yeah,
Kyle sells the good shit."
I
Why
would-
use
I
Kyle?
would
Poor
say that-
Kyle.
I would say
But, like,
that is more for like heroin or something, right?
that's what it is, right? Heroin.
Right, but fentanyl. There's a current
I think I
issue with.
expected the listener to make that leap. When they sell heroin and someone dies,
Yeah.
because of the fentanyl, what an addict might hear is, "Oh, this shit's strong."
yeah,
Yeah.
that's great.
No, you're right.
Oh,
No,
that's
no,
right.
no,
That's
no
I mean,
scary.
I would say that is one reason why they might do it. I don't know.
No injectables. We watched a ton of like really interesting movies. We got The Wizard of Oz on. Got Alice in Wonderland on. Went on some spirit journeys. It was a real
Took
good
Dirty
time.
an hour to recognize Alice in Wonderland.
Dirty gets so fucking high, dude. Like he goes to another place, and
He's not a big man.
He's a little feller, and it really hits him hard, and it's fun to watch. No, it's been a great time. I didn't do a lot of extracurriculars, but I really enjoyed myself inside this house.
You were sending videos last night of how the night was going, and he was kind of winning me over, right? If maybe it was PKN, I was like, my idea of a good vacation is like get up out of your tent and then do shit that might kill you all day. Like that to me is a really cool vacation, right? It could be motorcycles off road or acrobatic paragliding. Like those are the things I've been doing lately. Cool. Then I saw how much fun Kyle was having in a bed, I think. Couch.
We've got like movie theater seats that recline. So we all have recliners except for
What was
Dirty.
Dirt? He was in a bed.
He's on the floor because he's so high he can't sit in a chair.
He was in a bed. No,
There was like this little like
like
one of
a
those
cot.
fancy couches that like does a
Futon.
okay. And so he transitioned from that to the floor a lot.
In any case, Kyle made doing nothing look like a good time.
Doing
Good at
nothing
it.
is a great time. Often. Sorry, am I okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
I don't know what the fuck was up. My internet's fine. Must be terrorists.
That is the most likely conclusion.
I'm glad somebody said something.
I'm tired of
thinking it.
I'm tired of pretending we all don't know what's going on. We're a threat to ISIS with our takes.
ISIS has installed 5G. They're controlling my download rates.
Oh yeah.
That's just ISIS shit.
Tucker, I was watching I don't really watch a ton of YouTube videos outside of like the hobbies I'm in at the moment, like Magic the Gathering, archery, weightlifting, whatever. But I was like, a few hours ago, I was like, we're having Tucker on tonight. I want to see what he's up to. And I watched one of your videos that was you were like doing a dab or truth or dab with like hot sauce.
Fuck that. Oh my God.
And there was one story that like I was laughing out loud where you said it was about an autograph and the pizza man and the embarrassment there. Can you say that? I don't want to steal your thunder.
It was so embarrassing. So I ordered pizza to my house back when I was living in Portland, and there's not a lot of delivery places out there. I just moved relatively recently, but it's not like it wasn't in Portland. It was like in a suburb called Washougal, and so there's fuck all there, and there's not many options. I was hungry one day. And so I ordered a pizza from, I think it was Domino's or Pizza Hut. It was like one of the big three. And of course, after waiting a little bit, I get a knock on my door. So I check the security camera. I'm like, oh, there's like your typical high school kid out here delivering food. Mm-hmm. And so I've only been there like a month or so, hadn't ordered. And I opened the door and the kid goes like, oh, there you are. And I was like, oh, hey, man. And he goes, all right, well, I got your pizza right here. I just got to ask for one thing. Do you mind if I get your autograph? And I was like, yeah, dude. I'm sorry, I just moved in. How'd you know I live? I mean, like, it's so crazy. And he goes, what are you talking about? And he just hands me the check, and he's like, yeah, can you just sign this for me so I can go? And I was like, word. Okay, this is great. Yeah, no, my bad. And signed it, and he looked at me weird and, like, walked away. He was, like, the perfect age to be a viewer. And the way he said it, I was like, well, of course he wants my actual autograph. So I was like, oh, you want me to just sign where? He's like, here on the check.
Here next to the tip line, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, God. That's like the only time that's ever happened. So but never again will I make that assumption. I'll ask like 4 times, like, are you want an autograph or do you want me to sign? Like,
I see how that would easily happen, though. Like, you have enough people approaching you for things like that you're like, oh, now someone else has me. Yeah, I'll give you my autograph. I was like, no, idiot.
Who do I make this out to?
For the medium pepperoni.
Domino's pizza, you retard.
Yeah. You can write whatever you want there, but you got to sign it.
You got to sign it. I mean, yeah. I remember being afraid that I had my address leaked after such a short amount of time. I was like, it's unavoidable. He has to deliver the pizza that I've ordered. Like, I have to answer it.
Mm-hmm. So. Well, it's always going to happen eventually. So you weren't there very long. Oh, go ahead. What are you saying?
Maybe I should topic too early, but as a master bowman, have you had any expert takes on the Norway shooting?
Yeah. I mean, I watched the video, critiqued his form a bit.
Is there video? I haven't seen it.
Not master bowman. We prefer archer extraordinaire. Is what I am. I mean, I've been shooting a bow and arrow for 2 weeks now. So I clearly know what I'm doing. I did see that story, but I didn't even click on it. I just saw that someone in Norway went on a shooting spree with a bow and arrow.
Yes.
What kind of bow and arrow was he using? Like a compound or just like whipping stuff through a recurve bow at people? Did anybody die?
5 people, I think.
5?
I think he killed 5 people.
I thought it was more of like a mass wounding.
No.
Oh, what? So I don't know anything about this because so a guy went on a bow spree and killed 5 people. Like,
so I'm just reading this for the first time.
Oh, 5.
It appears to be an act of terror. We don't know what the motivation of the perpetrator is. We have to wait for the outcome of the investigation. He killed 4 women and 1 man, aged between 50 and 70. 3 other people were seriously wounded. So that is.
Oh, he just took out the olds.
They weren't fast enough.
Hey, 50's not even remotely old, maybe.
No, 50's a spring chicken, right?
There earlier had been worries of the man being radicalized. He also
by who? Robin Hood?
What the complicated assessment regarding
the merry men.
They called the attack gruesome. There isn't really the details here that I'm looking for, like the type of bow. In America, they immediately explained that it was.
They're like, he was using a Bushmaster with a bump stock, and here's where he bought it.
It's always an AR-15 or an AK-47, regardless of what it actually is.
In America, in America, they're like, check out this really cool looking gun. Do you remember that graphic that CNN put up, and it was like memeable for a long time, where they showed the AR-15 and they're like, AR-15 shown, and then with like an asterisk with underbarrel chainsaw attachment. And it's like, what kind of fucking coastal idiot with no gun sense was like, yeah, this'll fly an underbarrel chain, like it's Gears of War.
The funny thing is, those exist, and I just had seen one. Like I remember when I first saw that meme, I had seen that thing like a month before, and everybody was like, "What?"
CNN.
It was. I thought it was some
USA Today.
Company. USA Today. One of who, regardless. That's hilarious to put an underbarrel chain. Some guy was like just wanting to get fired.
USA Today issues clarification after depicting a rifle with a chainsaw bayonet.
You see that? You see a guy going on a mass shooting, and then he goes like a finishing move, just like in Gears of War.
Also, I
added their own possible attachments. One's a hydrogen bomb. I'm looking at an underbarrel Velociraptor launcher.
You know what? The one that I saw on 4chan that I thought was funny was an AR-15 with infinite smaller AR-15 underbarrel attachment.
The one I'm looking at, modified AR-15 with an even smaller AR-15 under that, and the last one has a tiny chainsaw.
Oh man, does that, like, Kyle? You know so much about guns. Like, it doesn't seem like it bothers you, but you also seem to appreciate like good gun work, like John Wick. You've said is like actually realistic and like good reloads and everything. Does it take you out of it to see bad gunplay in movies, or are you like so immune, you're like, okay, well, whatever, it's Hollywood?
The only things that really actually bother me is when like they shoot a bolt action rifle like semi-automatically. They just keep pulling the trigger when you need to cycle it, or when they like don't operate the pump on a pump shotgun correctly. They're just out of sync with it. They clearly don't know what they're doing. Like, it's stuff like that, or when they're just like shooting a revolver like more than 6 or more than 8 times, depending on what it is.
What I'm sensitive to is when the audio doesn't match. Like, if they rack the slide on like a Glock or 1911 and it sounds like a shotgun because they added it in post and it's the wrong thing, it gets me in particular.
I like when they take the safety off on their Glock.
Yeah,
that's the best. He's like, click, and it's just like, dude, I just watched you rub the side of your gun with your thumb. Like, you just massaged your pistol, and they inserted a sound effect.
Or they pull the hammer back on a semi-automatic handgun. It's like, oh, it's getting real now. It's like, well, no, it's not really. It's not really any more dangerous. I remember, like, it's not about guns, but the first time I can recall that happening during a movie is when I was very young watching Mighty Ducks, and they had the knuckle puck thing.
Yes.
And I was already playing hockey, and they're like, this guy's knuckle puck, it's the best thing on earth. And it's like, I was like,
that was Goldberg's.
That is the absolute slowest way to shoot a puck imaginable. There is no slower way to shoot the puck than to knuckle puck it. Like, it doesn't make sense. And so that's when I realized
it's a knuckleball. It's the thing with the knuckle puck is like baseball too, or like soccer. If you hit a ball with no spin on it, the ball moves weird, right? So it's kind of like one of the, it's like a trick play. But I always
unpredictability,
yeah, because I remember the shot too. The puck takes like 25 seconds to get into the goal, and it's going like this. The keeper's like, and
then it hits him and like knocks him back into the goal. Like the way they hired that kid is like, remember, he's like driving by in his limo, and then a puck breaks into his limo, and he's like, what the fuck? And then there's like some hoodlum kid smoking cigarettes, shooting at briefcases in an alley, and he's like, I've found our ringer.
yeah, exactly.
It's like, no, you found someone who's going to sell cigarettes to the rest of the team. It's like, first of all, this
was
guy
Goldberg
17.
that kid?
No, Goldberg was a goalie.
He was a goalie.
Yeah, I know he was a goalie. I thought he was
the
the knuckle puck guy.
No, that was the guy who he.
That was the.
Didn't they pull
the
the
enforcer, right? Was the
I think so.
puck
Yeah,
guy?
it was the same guy that was like shooting it in the alleyway, and then Goldberg got hurt, and so Cat the quick cat or whatever had to be goalie
Yeah.
against
The
Iceland.
figure
That's what it is.
skater.
Yeah.
Iceland was the first country I ever had a dislike for, and it's because of
the
that.
Mighty Ducks.
And I remember thinking, like, even in my head, I was like, Iceland, fuck, they're gonna be good at hockey. It's in the name. Like, they're gonna dominate us.
It's like that's so good. In reality, they're probably pretty not great. Like I gotta imagine they're not up
They
there.
have a
There's
tiny
like
population.
no Icelandic people in the NHL. All of their athletes are like Thor Bjornsson, because apparently average height they're 6'11", and they all do
Yeah.
powerlifting.
Well,
So
Their
the
population is 350,000.
They did good in that soccer tournament.
Yeah, the Icelandic team in the World Cup last World Cup, maybe it was it was either that or like the not World Cup that happens in every 2 years. Their team, their starting 11 consisted of, I believe, like 3 professional or semi-pro soccer players, and the rest were like dentists, accountants, everything. And they actually I'm pretty sure they made it out of their group. They played. It was hard not to root for them. It was like a collection of people that had real jobs playing against multimillionaires. So
Iceland and St. Louis have about the population. Imagine trying to make a team from just the people from St. Louis.
I mean, unless it's professional hammering.
or like rib making. It's like they're really good at that.
We have a great professional barbecue team. I mean, if it was a statewide team, we could make a damn good barbecue team. We get St. Louis and Kansas City in there, but that's about it. Other than that, it's just we'd win the crime off.
You could win the crime off nationally.
I don't know.
I don't know about that.
Baltimore might have a word like Philly. What about
Baltimore, DC, Detroit? They all pale in comparison. And whenever I look,
Baltimore had more murder per capita or more murders than days in the year for like 13 years straight.
I would love if
let's get a per capita.
took this horrible trophy from St. Louis. So
What about Gary, Indiana? Isn't that like actually the worst place in the world or in the U.S.? All right, number 1 murder per capita is St. Louis, Missouri. And number two is Baltimore, right behind it.
look at us, St. Louis at 69.4 murders per 100,000. Baltimore 51.1, right behind. New
58.
Orleans.
Oh my God.
Oh, I'm just New Orleans.
Different.
Third place, a paltry 40.6.
Detroit
murders.
gets all this credit for how tough they are, and they have half your murder rate.
What a bunch of
Chicago,
losers.
like a third.
I'm
running low on
surprised.
population.
DC, 19th place. I didn't expect them to do so poorly.
Kansas City
mean-
7. I always thought of that as like the safe city here.
It is fucking weird. The 7th most dangerous city is twice as safe as St. Louis.
There's got to be a plot.
Nobody
Like,
goes there.
I would love to see a data is beautiful of like seeing if there's a correlation or causation between like how boring and cold a city gets in the winter and how many people die or get murdered there. Because like Baltimore, pretty fucking boring and cold in the winter. St. Louis got to be up there. You know, like
I mean, that'd be interesting because then you would expect a city like Edmonton in Canada to be flush with murders, and I bet they're pretty safe.
Canadian murder rate by city.
I would think the heat would be the problem.
Wait, okay, listen. I'm going to tell you the highest, the one that popped up as a major one was Edmonton at 2.2 per 100,000. Thunder Bay though, Thunder Bay is crazy at the highest of 5.5.
Listeners, by comparison, 2.2. St. Louis, 69.
How many people are in Edmonton though?
It's per capita.
Yeah, it's per capita.
Oh, it is per capita. You're right. I'm an idiot.
I don't think there's a lot of people in Edmonton,
wasn't
but
saying all
that's
that.
like Edmonton is. I'm pretty sure that's their coldest, northernmost like major city, right?
Edmonton
Everything
is-
above that is like bullshit, like just freezing wasteland.
Inuit.
You have questions about Canadian geography, you come to the right place.
Yes. Well, like fuck, it's Canada. Like 30% of them live in Toronto or something, maybe 20%, something like that.
It is 25, maybe.
Is it? I'll trust that. I'll trust your estimate based on my guesses.
No, I thought it's like 80% of the population lives within like 20 miles of the border. Some
Something
shitty stat like that.
Yeah.
They really should just be a state. Like
I
one of our
disagree.
states.
If they were a state, then we could connect to Alaska, which would be cool.
Yeah. And we could divide Canada into 50 more states, so we have 100 stars on our flag.
Oh, can you imagine 2 senators coming from some patch of ice getting equal votes?
What do you
California?
mean? That's what we do with Wisconsin. I mean, or I'm sorry, Minnesota. What other?
No, but these would be
you're thinking of, like,
states.
Wyoming.
These would be states
sure,
with
you're
like
right.
these would be states with like literally 11 people, and like 25% of their population are senators.
Yes.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I mean,
Or yeah, we could break New York and Cali into 5 each, and then we only have to make
But
what?
they wouldn't all be Democrats.
Only 90.
It would be more representative. I don't know. I'm going.
I'm more interested in getting an even 100 stars.
I would rather keep it 50. We combine the Dakotas, right?
Uh-huh.
Get
Yes.
Puerto Rico in here, and then
Let's combine the Virginias. They also have a weird naming scheme.
No. They do have a weird naming scheme, but they don't. Combining them makes no sense. You can't combine North and South Carolina. They're also the same. I mean, very different, like
I do
culturally.
base it on the names.
I say we just merge Idaho and Montana because that's like 800,000 people.
No, these states would be too weird looking. I don't like the way North
Well,
and
North
South
and
Dakota,
South is good. That's a square.
that one. Okay, that's the one I'm okay with. Idaho and Montana, that'd be some weird ghastly monstrosity.
Yeah, but look at what Maryland looks like. It's the same. Just
I bitched
Maryland
about that
looks
this
like
other
one of those
episode.
gerrymandered. Like
Maryland
county
is,
maps.
yeah, it has to be, in my opinion, humbly, the ugliest state outline. That shit doesn't make any
Totally.
sense.
Isn't it
That's
'cause of
West
rivers?
Virginia.
Because
Yeah.
of rivers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like the glorious Alpha Chad geometric Utah, which is just like fucking draw lines in the sand, call it a day. Like that.
I mean, that's
Why'd you
Colorado's
pick
like
on
that.
Utah and not like a Dakota or Wyoming?
I because I think in my head Utah is more square. Colorado would have been the correct choice here.
Yeah,
I might be wrong.
because Utah has that little jut up,
Utah, yeah,
but
even
it still looks pretty good.
proudly taking.
Oh, you're
some
right. Utah's
territory.
more square than I thought it was. Well, I should have known that.
The way we like did states was like when you start on a project and you're really into the intricacy of it, and towards
Yeah.
the end you're just like, this is fine. This is okay.
Colorado and Nebraska is pretty solid.
I mean, look at that. Colorado and Wyoming, 2
They're-
alpha squares.
Yeah.
That's good. New Mexico gets fucked a little bit because they have that little hang off. Let's give that hang off back to Mexico. Make them a nice square.
Yeah. I mean, Texas, we got to lock Texas off. We got to get rid of that.
What if we get like an autistic president and he's like, they all have to be squares? It's the only thing he works towards for 4 years. Like, we need health care. He's like, well, we'll get to that right after the great squarification.
America is a grid system, and that's how we're just going to be. You live on the 89th parallel.
Oval Office? Not in this administration.
It's like when Norwegians take over. We've got Scandinavian design leading all of everything.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's good.
Did you make a
Man.
coffee, Kyle?
Yeah, I did. I just walked through the house and they're just passed out. Like every step I took, it was another body. Dirty's on the floor, like 8 steps outside the door. Just
That is just a clean crack house you have going on there.
Yeah. And it's
Bunch of
6:03 p.m. where
Laying
we're at.
out.
yeah, it is 6 p.m. So it's about time for half of us to be unconscious, I suppose. So yeah, Fish and Dirty are in there, like just passed out. Dirty's on the floor.
Now you're going to do a silly amount of edibles and then take a plane early tomorrow?
Yes.
Speaking of which, let's have a few more bites of those edibles.
Oh yeah.
Of those tasty lawn clippings.
Oh
Man.
For yourself. How many are you in now? You've had 1?
I've had 2. There are 4 remaining.
Okay, let's slow it down a bit. That's,
That was a
that's
solid
the
bite,
case.
though.
I mean, I just it's
I
this
think
is
that was
great.
mostly frosting.
I'm front.
That's
I'm
the good
front.
part.
Yeah.
Was that Tucker?
No, I was gonna just say I'm like front and center to watching like a live performance of like all of the YouTube videos I used to watch when I was in college, called by Custom Grow 420, who like literally his content was, I'm gonna smoke a gram of dab in one breath, or like whatever, and then it'd be a 20-minute video, 1 minute of doing that, and the next 19 like struggling to survive. You're just like, yeah.
They were all the same. I remember watching some of those too, where it'd be like, I'm going to take a 1.5 gram dab, and then it would just be them doing it, coughing a lot, and going like, oh, it was too much. It was
I want to thank my followers.
Remember to
though, right?
subscribe.
Didn't seem like they had an excess and they didn't, like if they were to take whatever it is, 1/10 of that amount, they get the full effect of it.
Yes,
but it was
there is
like
diminishing returns
spilling out
weed.
over the sides. They're doing it carelessly. They're burning a gram, but they're only consuming like 75% of it. Am I wrong? Did you see it like
you're
that
correct.
too?
It's literally, it's a very inefficient way to do that. It'd be like saying, like, if you wanted to get super high, don't smoke a joint, like pack it into a vaporizer and get every last drip of THC out of there.
I don't know what I'm talking about, but it looked like they were intentionally not getting it all. Like, I'm going to drink an entire beer and then I'm spilling it fucking everywhere.
But it's different because the beer doesn't go, you can drink an entire beer over the course of 10 minutes, but you can't smoke a bong after, like, the smoke goes stale and then you're just dying and it's not good and it doesn't work.
I just felt like it wasn't a bong, it was a dab rig. And
yeah,
if people don't know anything about this, is a little oil. It's like earwax almost. You put a hot, they call it a nail.
You use a blowtorch.
Oh wait, don't you put a nail in it and then it makes it?
You light up the
the blowtorch on
the bowl, and then you use the nail to dip the wax or the concentrate, and then you go around the very hot nail, and then it vaporizes.
Okay, and then this vaporize comes out, and you breathe it, and it's very, very potent.
Yes.
Anyway, when I watched the guys do it, it seemed like they let a ton go to waste intentionally, like someone who was trying not to drink their drink would.
Regardless, they all ended up miserable,
Ruined.
and none of them enjoyed that time. Like when they're drooling and snot's coming from their nose, and they're just like red in the face. I'm like, nice, bro.
Strange Central
Actively
had
miserable.
some hard times after that content period. Like he went like cold turkey on it, and then he got into alcoholism, went to rehab twice. Like it's not too much different than like Only Use Me Blade's business model, where he's drinking on stream. Alcohol's
Do we
worse,
call it a
but-
business model?
Yeah, I think we can.
Yep.
I mean, MLMs can do it. Why can't we?
Like, hey everyone, every time you donate, I will self-harm.
Oh my god!
And you just need to find 5 other people to chug a beer, and each of them find 5 other people to chug a beer.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
Sorry, so you guys got me thinking about this. There's another channel that I used to watch by this guy called DeBong Lord. He was just a dude with a black ski mask, but the thing that he would do is he'd smoke out of random objects, but he would either eat or swallow the disgusting fucking bong liquid afterwards, no matter what.
Okay.
So like, anyways, Tosh.0, I guess, did a interview profile with him a year ago, but he hasn't uploaded in 6 years. And like, here's some of the, I don't know, here's like, I'll just link one and you guys can make the decision. They're short videos, but like, just some of the things where you're just like, but I used to watch them all like back in college.
Oh, this is
This one's like-
disgusting.
Yeah, this one's like 2 minutes long, but
This doesn't make weed look fun at all.
it's not. This is not fun. This is absurdly nasty.
He's punishing himself, and he's smoking out of a Gatorade bottle that he like melted with a lighter and then pushed the down stem into.
Yeah.
Just buy some glass, man. That's
Man,
that's disgusting.
does this man look like the type of guy that can afford one of those beer helmets that is made custom for his glassware? Like,
Probably not. No, this guy doesn't. It looks like he spent his last money on the weed he's using in every video. Man, old YouTube was kind of more fun with this kind of stuff, where it was like just retarded nonsense instead of like going for monetization and all that. It was just stupid shit. Which, like, if it immediately reverted back to this stupid shit, I would instantly regret it and be like, this is all retarded nonsense. Where's the high quality good stuff?
Yes.
it's I really agree with you that it's not necessarily the type of content. It was how, like, the thought check process that needed to go between somebody sharing the content that they had recorded was about as simple as, can I upload this efficiently? And didn't really go through there was no pretense or idea that, like, should I frame this in a way that if it gets big, I look beneficial, or is this going to be detrimental if it pops off, or do I want to
other
have
people are thinking things like, maybe we should think things like that, guys.
I mean, you already do, whether you think you do or not. It's just like, there's thought that goes into the show and everything versus like if you guys just sat down and decided to eat 1,000 milligrams of weed, right? Like Kyle's doing without any thought behind why you should do it. It's a different type of content. It's spontaneous and not as thought through. And that's why like a lot of the old YouTube videos, I'm like, this is so weird. I love it.
One of my favorite old YouTube videos is just that low quality video of a dude smoking a cigarette, like, and he's one of those guys who like it looks cool because it's barely hanging out of his mouth, and he's somehow keeping it in there, and he's like, I'm gonna tell you about the time a homeless guy sprayed fucking 90 hits of acid in my mouth. Do you guys remember that video?
No.
Oh, it was hilarious. And he's like, so dude, I'm there. I'm in this fucking. He's like sitting on bleachers at an empty park, and he's like, so this is a crazy story, guys. It was like one of those videos on YouTube that was uploaded. Like you click on it, it was like uploaded 17 years ago. And he was like, and so I go and I'm in this alley, you know, I'm fucked up already. And this guy goes, open your mouth. And I go, all right. So I open my mouth and he takes this little dropper and he was going to put one drop in and he goes, and I was like, what the fuck, man? And it's like, you know, you shouldn't be able to like swallow your acid like a drink. You know, it's supposed to be something like that. And so immediately I go, I got to find a way home before this kills me. So I get on the train and instantly there's no way I'm finding my way home. And he's like talking about that, like everything's dancing. Like it's surprising he doesn't have like permanent mental problems.
Yeah, that is.
Do you
terrifying.
think that he was really unknowing victim of this acid? It struck me as a little bit like,
they
offered me this cookie. I said, is this a pot cookie? They said, no. So I ate it. And
it seemed to me like if I was like, all right, Woody, I've got these drops that are going to get you high. Open your mouth. I'm going to give you one drop. And you go, okay. And then I go, psych, 90 drops. Like you can't undo it. You can't vomit the acid out.
You can
like
spit it out and cut it.
No, I mean,
it's already in there.
Look at that. Click on the video, and immediately I clicked on it. I'm like, this guy looks like the type of guy that would willingly open his mouth for a stranger and take 30 hits accidentally of acid. Like he fits it. He fits the mold.
You know, it's called 30 Hits of Acid / LSD. Haven't seen it in years, but I remember laughing at that video.
This is the shakiest camera I've ever seen in my life.
He's on acid right now.
He's still on acid to this day because of that.
Views. I wonder what he looks like now.
Norm Macdonald had a joke about that with R.I.P. and where he talks about like acid, where they'll tell you with acid you'll get flashbacks. Years later, you take the acid in 1979, 1991, you get a flashback. And then he's like, I mean, that's kind of a selling point, isn't it? You get to use it twice. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense. I like that. I'm still upset about him dying. Like he was someone I didn't expect to die at this point in time.
Every once in a blue moon, you're like, oh, not that celebrity. Oh, like I was using that one.
Yeah, who do you want? That's the one I like.
Everybody always talks about the ones that affect them. Who do we want to die?
Well, like whoever the biggest like producer rapists are, probably. But I guess they're not active, so that's pretty fair. Count.
They got them all.
No. I don't know. Who are you thinking? You kick it off.
Cosby's back out.
Oh,
yeah, no! Don't waste a vote on him. He's like 100. Like that's going to solve itself. It will. Look at it. I've said it before. He has the eyes of a 19-year-old lab. Just cloudy, horrible, raping eyes.
I think I've had enough of Ozzy Osbourne. I think it's time.
I don't want him to die though. Like he's done nothing besides like bumble his way through English for the last 20 years. So I don't think he's.
Yeah, I think
I'm unknowing.
No, I think he's mostly dead already. Yeah. Like he's pretty fried.
Like in Princess Bride.
Yeah, he's mostly dead. But I mean, why do you not like Ozzy Osbourne? Do you feel like
every time I see him on camera, he's just like, oh yeah, there was that one time back in the 70s with Sharon, and lots of acid. He's like, wait, what did you say? And like the guy who makes the caption is that. Well, I've just had enough of it. Just had enough.
Had enough of it. Fuck him. Okay, so Ozzy Osbourne number 1. You don't like him.
I do like him.
Anyone more relevant? Like, do you hate Chris Pratt or something? I can't actually. Nobody. Like, I can't imagine
a lot of
anybody
people
wishing
hate Chris Pratt. Actually,
I know a lot of people hate
because he's a Christian and stuff. But like, nobody's wishing death on him. He's a
pro-Trumper and a Christian, and also I think he's anti-LGBTQ or abortion. One of those two. I don't know.
He's very religious.
He's like a big.
Didn't he get cast as Mario in a Mario Brothers movie?
He did. Everyone is that why people did? Dude, that casting came out.
Why? Why not get Mario's original voice to do it?
Oh, I don't know, but
It's an
everyone
animated.
got so mad at how at the casting for that because they were all these like celebrities, and I didn't understand why they were upset. I thought
No, I think Jack Black was universally loved. Like him as
you're
Bowser
right.
is gonna be really good.
that was the
Yeah, I like Jack Black.
that was the ones like thumbs up, and then there were like 12 thumbs down. They just hated everything.
I agree that it's like why, if you have an established character, like why are you moving away from that for a celebrity? When like think of Mario's voice, think of Chris Pratt's.
It's a Mario.
It's a me, a Mario.
They could have hired me.
Also, Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong is so funny to me. Like because of course whenever you mention Seth Rogen, you think of his laugh and just DK like pounding the ground, going.
Okay, well, I'm looking at the article now. I mean, Jack Black as Bowser. I like that.
That's a good one.
I think that's a good one. Chris Pratt is Mario. I don't think of him as Mario. Charlie Day is Luigi. I love Charlie Day. Doesn't strike me as Luigi. Also, Mario is shorter than Luigi. If anything, make sure Charlie Day is Mario and make Chris Pratt Luigi. Like we don't need this heightism in there. I don't know who Kamek or Spike is or who Cranky Kong is, but Keegan Michael Kay is Toad. Really? Like who? Or I guess he's bald. So
why does it matter?
I'm trying to
animated.
picture people that like I would, you know what I mean though. Like you picture people's voices aligning with certain characters. Like Chris Pratt's voice, I do not picture aligning with the character of Mario. It doesn't mesh.
A heavily Italian accented, like almost stereotypical. Actually, no, fully stereotypical Italian. Chris Pratt doesn't even check the Fredo box.
Exactly. They should get whoever the guy is who played Syl in The Sopranos.
Steve Van Zandt.
Yeah, Steve. Is that his name?
Yeah.
Well, that's not very Italian.
Chris Brown is my celebrity. I want to die. I know.
Yeah, you know what? I'll back you on that one. That's a solid one.
He's still beating women to this day, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
He didn't let pop culture stop him from what he loves to do.
You know what? I lied.
They can only cancel you if you stop hitting women.
John Jones fits this bill. I know he's kind of interesting to have on our TV.
Undefeated. He just took another one out.
He is undefeated pretty much. I have him losing 2 fights, but on the scorecard, whatever. Anyway, he beats women and cheats and
He beats women and wins.
Well, of course he does. He's a
Chris
fighter.
Brown, if you want to use that measure, Chris Brown, I think, is also an undefeated.
I think she
fighter.
got in some shots.
so?
Bill Burr, is he the one that had that routine? Like,
Yeah.
Yes.
Or was it Chris Rock? It was Bill Burr, maybe. Yeah, he's asking like, all right. I'm not for beating women, but what did you? Does anyone think she came out with an apron on? Cookies are ready, and then he started beating her. What'd she do?
That's when, like, yeah, he did that bit where he's like, they're saying there's no reason to hit a woman. There is no reason. It's like, really? No reason ever. Like, and he's like mad about it. Yeah, that was pre as famous as he is now, Bill Burr, when he could get away with a lot more. Yeah,
he has had a long career. Like I would say, a long good career. In my mind, when I see him do interviews and stuff, he's still killing it. I don't know that I've seen a special that is as good as the old ones, but still good. Take anyone else who's reached his level of high, like Chris Rock, Louis C.K.
Norm Macdonald.
Okay.
That's the only one that because he just died. He's at the front of my head.
He's a has-been, dude.
He's a has-been since 2 weeks ago.
Oh,
when he died. Yeah.
What's he done lately?
I mean, Norm never
decompose.
Norm never got to the level of fame Bill Burr got to. Like,
really?
I mean, you could say like Weekend Update and stuff like that, but
and
he
the Norm
always,
show.
Yeah, the Norm show. Like he was always more like he wouldn't stop. The reason he got fired from SNL is because he would like lie and say,
and
I'm not going to make any more of those jokes about OJ. And then he'd go out there and be like, anybody notice that OJ's murdering people and he's getting away with it? Yeah. Yeah.
I love the OJ bits. Yeah. What was I going to say about Bill Burr? Oh, and somehow he managed to get like on 2 of the coolest TV shows ever, right? With Breaking Bad and The Mandalorian. Like how did he manage that? I think that's the only 2 times he's acted.
He did really well in Breaking Bad. I haven't seen The
Definitely not
Mandalorian
those.
with him.
Only two. I know he's on. He owned Family Guy. No, what is this show called?
Oh,
F is for Family. He does a
F-
voice on an
F-
animated show. Yeah, I don't
He's the
count that.
lead.
That show
Okay.
sucks.
That's a terrible show.
Yeah, it's not good, unfortunately.
But
I had such
heard
high
him.
hopes.
I heard him talking about that, and he just feels really fortunate. It wasn't really planned. He just landed on shows that happened to be huge hits.
Yeah, well, I mean, Bill Burr was in Chappelle's show.
It's true as well. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. He's ordering the beer. He's in that sketch, and the
Samuel Jackson beer. It gets you drunk. Oh man, that was.
Why
such
are
a
you
great
yelling?
show. Why are you yelling?
He was in The Simpsons.
Who's a celebrity? Like obviously for I think Kyle and I, Norm dying, we really were sad about that. Who's another one that if they died, you would actually care?
Clint Eastwood.
That's a terrible pick. He's like 97.
So that I'm still gonna be bummed out, man. He just made another movie.
I heard it was bad.
Well, he's 90 fucking thousand years old. like, of course they're gonna be bad.
The way like it's advertised, it's called Cry Macho, and I keep scrolling past it because I heard it was bad, and it's like he's too old to be playing.
He looks so feeble.
He does.
Does he?
Yeah, like, and he's like probably the fittest 93-year-old
100%
out there, and even then, it just shows like, yeah, you can't escape age. This guy did everything right. He's got great genes and genetics, and at 93, he's like just a shadow.
Is Robert Redford dead?
I don't think so.
So you guys were young when his career was booming. He was an A-list.
Mhm.
And I watched him get he lost his looks, and he's old, and then he got real skinny, and it's one of the few. It was the first celebrity I saw go from Hollywood's leading man to aged out in the same way that Clint did.
He's still alive. Yeah, he's 85. But
85.
he's alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did look. He was fucking hot when he was younger. Now,
And he looked
he is
hot.
not.
Oh, I'm looking at old pictures of him. Yeah, he was like mega super hot when he was younger. I'm getting a little too into
It's
it.
interesting, the guys that want to retire early and the guys who want to just do it until they drop dead, like Clint Eastwood, because like Gene Hackman quit decades ago.
Yeah, but it's like you get that type of person. I guess you could say the same with fucking like YouTube or any creative, right? Some people are just gonna live and breathe it no matter what until they die, even if it's like 20 years of making nothing a success, and then others are gonna be like, all right, well, that was good. I think I'm enough of that. I'm gonna do something else.
Who's the Rick Moranis? He's one of my these neat stories. If people don't know, Rick Moranis was this huge star. He played this nerdy guy. His biggest hit was probably Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. And then
Great
his
film.
wife died, and he just retired for like 20 years to raise the kids. And then he came back a little bit. They're like, honey, I raised the kids. And, he just decided to be a stay-at-home dad because financially he could do it, and they needed it.
I liked that story about him because I've heard that too. I thought that was like a cool thing to do. Like, okay, well, there's a higher calling than pretending to shrink children. No, I have to really.
Amazing.
Or what was the
Someone
other one?
someone attacked him the other day in New York, I think.
Rick Moranis?
Yeah.
Why
would they?
Why did they hate the movie that much?
They'd had
You should never shrink your own children.
I was rooting for the ants.
Rick Moranis
Assault.
assault.
I hope it's targeted.
Video
I mean,
shows
I don't.
man assaulting Rick Moranis. What the fuck?
How could you assault this man? He looks like a Alton Brown, but not.
I'm on the other side. Anyone could assault this man.
Okay, I meant not. I didn't mean could you. I just meant why would you? This is like beating up a third grader.
Could do it with one arm.
Jesus.
I could probably beat him up.
Oh my goodness!
so.
It's a guy just in all black, wearing an "I Love New York" hoodie, and out of nowhere he's just passing him. There's nothing exchanged, and he just decks him
The way
into
you
like
gotta
the side
do
of
it.
a building for
Why
no
are they
reason.
filming?
It's a security cam that they're that.
So
this
it
is-
was potentially a
Yeah.
completely random.
It looks totally random, but on NBC News it says video shows man assault Rick Moranis on NYC street. That's the name of it, and it's out of no. That's scary to just
Right?
be doing your thing and then you're like assaulted.
Did you guys
But
ever
I
hear of the
mean-
knockout game?
Of
Is
course.
this-
Yeah.
So I don't know
I've
if
seen
it was a
YouTube
media
videos.
creation or if it actually became a trend, but people would just go for like a one-hit knockout on total strangers. And at the time the knockout game was getting media attention, I was training. And I thought like, oh, I dare to try it on me. Bring that noise here. I'd probably just get knocked out. I mean,
Yeah, right?
oh,
If
boy,
you-
Of course you
did
would. You would be looking at your phone, walking down the street,
Yeah,
and someone
right.
would run up behind you and knock you. Like, I mean,
But
if you
in my
participate in
twisted head
something
at
like
the
that,
time, it was
you're-
like, bring it to try me.
you're
Try me.
you're a truly despicable person to do something like that.
It was like that in like Boonk Gang or whatever. Where
I haven't heard of Boonk Gang.
Boonk. Like
Boonk Gang.
I'm probably saying it was this rapper that got big on Vine, basically like yelling like Boonk Gang and then going and fucking like a store up, like running in there while filming it on TikTok and just like kicking, like, you know, just causing property destruction and then sprinting away.
What is
and
this
yeah,
word? B-O-O-K?
Boonk. Boonk.
So just
Okay.
like creating a huge amount of needless work for minimum wage employees.
Yeah, and then like he was a rapper and like went in to get interviewed and was super fucking off his, like so high off of, I'm gonna just say lean, because he was like spilling everywhere, like stumbling. It was a whole mess of things. But
What a piece of shit.
I'm
Yeah, but
still
he had
laughing
the-
at myself. What is this foreign
What is
word?
this?
B-O-O-K?
Yeah.
Is that already a word by chance?
Boonk. Yeah.
That was a new one for
No.
me too.
It was a whole thing, like a thing that people were doing. You know, these devious licks where people steal shit from their school locker rooms or whatever. It was like that, but just like fuck up a minimum wage worker's day, which is ugh.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, we're showing Target who's boss, and it's like,
Right?
no, you're ruining a bunch of people's day who work for Target.
I've seen so many of those videos. I've seen those people just ruin a dollar store, and it's awful because like somebody's got to clean that shit up, and some of these people like put so much time and effort into ruining a dollar store. Like they,
Yeah,
I saw one lady, completely separate video. It wasn't the dollar store Bandit, but she was like, if I'm having a bad day, everybody's having a bad day. And she's just going through a gas station, crushing all the chips that are in the bags, but you won't know they're crushed until you buy them. She's going to the back and shaking all the sodas up. Just
Does
being
she
a
work
monster.
what a
there?
fucking cunt.
No, she's a customer. She's like, if I'm having a bad day, everybody's having
should
a bad
be in
Literal
jail.
menace.
Okay,
Yeah.
I take that's the one that I want to die early. Chris
Yeah, I
Brown
there
don't
you
can
go.
live on. It's the potato chip smasher that I'm frustrated
Dude.
with.
I can't imagine. I would be so upset.
She was like crushing all the Doritos up.
if I got home and my bag of Lay's
And it was just powdered.
destroyed, I might do something drastic.
like tip the bag up
Hey,
and drink them.
I might,
Hey,
I
you
might, I
guys are
might
really
walk
cool.
around my neighborhood and play the knockout game. If something like that happens, I'll be so upset.
Hey, you guys are cool. Nobody come to the 7-Eleven tomorrow, all right?
Did you guys have anyone at your schools who you like were like you thought might pull something like that?
Yes.
It was so I went to school pre-Columbine. In hindsight, yeah, I got a guy. Guy wore a trench coat. He used to cut himself with a
Dead
razor
giveaway.
blade all the time.
like literally though.
In front
he
of
would do that.
people?
He
Like,
would
you'd see
write-
him?
No, but he would come in with like the scabs, and he'd write words like "broken" on his forearm.
Ooh.
Like
Yeah,
cut it
he
into-
was
You knew a
If he
teenager who
knew.
wore a trench coat and carved broken into his arms with a razor blade. Yeah,
We
that's
were-
definitely a school shooter threat.
This one time
I
he
liked
carved,
him.
"I'm going to kill everyone."
and I just was waiting for a sign. He was listening to Pumped Up Kicks too. I don't
I thought he
understand.
was. I thought he was cool. I mean, I didn't. My dumbass didn't recognize cutting as like a cry for help and a wounded person.
Mhm.
I thought it was like someone with a high pain tolerance. who
Yeah,
was
dude's
kinda cool.
hardcore.
Yeah, metal,
right?
bro.
Dude. Like we weren't really hip to. I don't think I heard the term self harm until I was out of high school.
Yeah.
But I guess it existed while I was still in it.
Well,
Did you see that hardcore guy, Ian? Yeah, he carved in his arm, "I'm so sad. My dad molested me." He carved it
There was
right
a
in his
movie
forearm.
called Lost Boys, and he kind of
I've seen that.
Yeah.
He styled after that. He had like
Oh,
spiky, like
Oh, yeah.
hair that went up in the front and the trench coats. And
That's
I
a good
don't know.
movie.
The
Yeah.
guy
was a
from
good movie.
24 is in that, right? When he's
Yeah,
young.
Kiefer Sutherland.
Yeah,
Yep.
Kiefer Sutherland.
You know, I had a couple people that I definitely think I went to a Quaker private school, so it's even better to know. And my class size was 90, 100 people, so even better to know. Like, yeah, like if you're putting that vibe out, like your parents know, everybody knows you're in this school, maybe to like chill it out a bit. But he would carry bottles of Tabasco hot sauce in his like bag, and he would just like sip on them during class and stuff. He would wear all black, hair slicked back. He was actually, once again, I was kind of friends with him. He was a cool kid. I like to think that if he really wanted to, I would be asked not to come to school the next day, because but he was definitely like, like darkness is my only friend type thing. Like sat facing the wall at like lunch when it was like a normal, I don't know, just being weird to be weird.
Yeah, I had someone like that. I've said it before at my school, my high school, and he was bullied so ruthlessly by people that I remember at one point, like I had him over to my house because like I remember going back home multiple days and like feeling really empathetic and sad. Like this was during like maybe freshman year of high school, but I would like talk to my mom and I'd be like, this guy Peter, like he's just getting like ruthlessly bullied. Like I feel so like it makes me sad when I see it. And she's like, you should have him over. And I had him over, and it was like we played Halo on or Xbox original on split screen. And it was like, okay, this number one, this guy's not as weird as everybody's like putting on. Like he's just someone who was targeted for bullying. But number two, he's weird enough that I don't want to have him over again.
Yeah.
Like that was uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And it was like, I feel bad about that. But he was someone for sure that I knew would like hit me up before he killed people and be like, Taylor,
kids,
don't be in your geometry class on Monday. And I'd be like, okay. And, all right, sounds good. You know what? As a thank you to you, I'm not going to report this ahead of time. Just to show I'm cool.
Dude, I want to be cool with the school shooter. I don't want him to like look at me seething like you promised.
You promised.
I had that same experience. So I was in college. Shit. I got thrown out of the dorms, and I stayed in this woman's house. She had like some spare bedrooms upstairs, and that's what I rented out because I wasn't welcome in the school. There was another guy there, and now I recognize him as like super autistic, high anxiety, whatever. But my dumbass at like 19 just saw him as not cool. Right. And he struggled in a really big way. He couldn't make any friends. He had great grades, but everything else like in his life wasn't going well. He would commit suicide, attempted suicide all the time. And some of the attempts were like took too many pills, but that didn't kill him. Other attempts were a really weird thing. Like I came home one day and I hear this banging. He took a first aid kit and he was banging it on the mirror. And I knocked on his door and I sort of slowly worked my way in. I'm like, bro, you all right? Like, you want to talk about something? And he later explained that he had this weird idea that if he broke the mirror, the glass would slice his jugular, right? So this is suicidal thoughts, but not really an attempted suicide. Anyway, I had this idea that we would play Frisbee. This was my brilliant mind at work to help this poor gentleman.
Hey, man, you want to kill yourself? Let's go toss the Frisbee, bro.
Exactly.
Let's go toss the pigskin around a little bit.
Let's go
get your mind off this.
Toss the Frisbee. We played Frisbee in high school and stuff. I'm not good, but I can throw it your way. And he can't. He was so bad at Frisbee. He would throw the Frisbee sideways. And I'm like, it's still closer to you. I'm supposed to get that. like you're off by 90 degrees.
Where like within 3 feet of it leaving his hand, it's totally this way. It's going the wrong direction.
I think he was hooking on his fingers and stuff. So and it's in the wrist, right? You sort of let it go. He would just like hook it and throw it off to the total side. And it's like, I take it back. I don't want to play Frisbee. You suck so hard at athletics that
you should carve. I don't know how to throw a Frisbee into your arm.
Different guys.
Oh.
Yeah.
Have you ever used one of those Frisbees that's like hollow on the inside? It's more like one of those like Xena like Warrior Princess rings. Yeah.
Yes.
Those things are awesome. They go so far.
Yeah. They go far. I can throw a Frisbee flat, but if I put too much into it, I can't anymore.
Yeah.
With those rings, I feel like I can throw it as hard as I can and it stays flat.
You can throw it so far. They're really fun to play with.
You know how like you can like do that between the legs thing where you like lean back and throw it?
Yeah.
I remember like getting to the point where like I could do that flat for a long distance, and for some reason thinking like that made me cool. But like
You and everybody.
then you see somebody do it, and you're like hunched into the ugliest position imaginable, all your belly's out, and you're and then you're throwing a frisbee. Like no girl is like, that guy can get it.
Between the legs? Ooh.
Well, between the legs, I think I want to fuck that guy.
What are you, 9 at this point?
It's like
No, probably like 13.
Okay, fully grown man in Taylor's
A
case.
fully grown man heaving that shit. I every so often I'll be like reminiscing about school and thinking like, man, that was so much fun. And then I think about it a bit more, and it's like, no, those were like little bright spots throughout school. School fucking sucked for the most part.
Oh, really?
And they would say like, oh, well, once you get to be an adult, it's going to be even worse.
liars. I swear to God.
It is, being an adult is so cool.
Yeah.
I can eat whatever I want.
Go-to.
That's the first go-to. Nobody can tell me to eat
I'm an
vegetables.
adult. I can't eat whatever I want. I'll get fat.
Because I like eating vegetables. I can get as fat as I want. I'm like it was a cool realization, like as an adult being like, I could just buy things. I can buy whatever I want.
Like stay up all night. You can stay up as late as you want.
I can stay up all night, feel horrible in the morning, and deal with that myself. Yeah,
I think that if I could redo high school and do much better. I'm not a dumb guy, and I better yet, I eventually figured out how to do well academically. So if I knew how to do like the amount of effort and just sort of stay on top of it on cruise control, that I would have got good grades in high school, and that would have put me into a better college. And like, I wonder how my life trajectory would have gone. Maybe worse.
If I'm honest with you, probably worse. I feel like you rolled a pretty good nat 20 here. Like if I'm gonna be frank with you, there's a lot worse that could have gone on. And if you had spent more time, who knows? You don't do this. You don't meet Jackie. Yeah.
I've had that thought. And the Jackie thing is hard to redo in any of these scenarios. But the when I got bad grades my second year in college, I couldn't get into my major. So then I transferred to a night school, and I was like 19 or something, and that was the end of my 20s. I spent the next 10 years working and going to night and working just go to school at night the whole time. That was like, I didn't have 20s like everybody else did. So that's a big sacrifice.
Yeah, that sucks.
For sure.
You can't get those back. I had a lot of fun these years. Still do. 2 more left. So I'll
2 more left.
Yeah,
I'll make sure I'll have them for you too. But
I work like 40 or 50 hours a week, and then I went to school at night and weekends and shit. So
yeah, that's a different level of commitment, because I even tried to, when I first moved out here, I was like, oh, I should at least humor the thought of getting credits, so if things don't work out, I'm not like 2 or 3 full years behind. Like maybe I can get 2 years and then transfer into a better school. And it took about 1 semester of doing night classes before I dropped to finish one, and I was like, I'm never doing that again. Like that's a different level of like commitment to be tired and then actively go out and learn and work like that. It's too
you're
much.
always busy. Like at work, well, you're self-employed, but normal people at work, there's like this parental notion of, hey, we don't want you to burn out. You this should wrap up at 5, 6, whatever it is. Like there's if a white collar normal corporate job anyway, heck, even blue, like you finish work, go home and have your own life. In school, they don't have that respect. They're like, no, you have homework. I'm going to give you a fucking redonkulous amount of reading to do. Wink, wink, figure out which part of it you really have to read on your own somehow. And like, they just will take all of your life if you can. That's normal at school. And
you're paying them for the privilege.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
So it just, that whole time that I was in school, there was like this you're behind kind of vibe. Even if I wasn't, like, there's a project I should have been working on. There's a test I should have been studying for. That you can't watch a movie on Netflix without knowing that there's something else you were supposed to be doing. And that doesn't exist in normal jobs.
You know what I think is like kind of stupid is when like uber rich celebrities go back to school to like get degrees. And it's
Why?
well, I think it's dumb because number one, no school in this country is going to fail Shaq on his MBA.
Okay, that's fair.
None of them are going to.
You're right.
No artsy-fartsy nonsense is going to say, oh, DeFranco, unfortunately, you didn't turn it in on time. And so it's like, it's an understood thing that they're going back to school to basically get, what's it called? An honorary degree, but a real degree. And it's like first of all, Shaq, with the amount of money you have, that's a poor use of time to go back to school. You know what you can do? You can hire somebody who has an MBA and you'll save a ton of money. Like it always seems to me like when celebrities do stuff like that, it's like they're trying to stroke their own ego in a way like, I'm doing this too. And it's like, yeah, I'm sure.
I see that, like that makes a lot of sense to me, but I always in the back of my head, like I want to go finish school. I spent a lot of time learning all that stuff, and I actually enjoyed learning. I enjoyed.
What would you be, a junior, a sophomore?
I would be a sophomore, the problem here is that means I have to finish some gen eds, which include calculus, and I can't do basic math anymore, and I don't really want to do that. So I'm gunning for the honorary, right? Yeah. Or like, let me skip that. Let's go right into like the marketing aspect.
To get a little more famous,
you agree?
And deliver that commencement speech.
I know, right? I've been working on it, but like. And you know, my college that I went, UNCW, not that famous of a college. There is a fighting chance that if I stay relevant long enough, I can get one.
So funny.
Right? But like, I look at it a lot like a trainer, right? I know the workouts and exercises that my trainer is going to have me do, but the physical presence of that trainer, and also, you know, all things considered, like I will work out harder and more efficiently with them there than I would if I had my home gym, even if I had somebody come over. So like, I like the idea of going to college, but you're right. I'm not Shaq. Shaq does not need to go to college. There's no benefit.
Yeah, what you want is one of those Bill Cosby degrees. What do they do with all those?
A Bill Cosby degree? Where do you get a degree from?
That?
Don't you remember Bill Cosby had like a dozen honorary degrees from all those universities?
Well, those are commencement. Yeah. Oh my God.
They took them all back. They took them all back when they found out. Yeah.
That just goes now he can't practice law in Connecticut.
Turns out that would have been a good skill to have.
Turns out. Yeah. No, I mean, honorary degree, like I think it would be funny to have an honorary degree from a college, especially since like
42.
Oh my God, Zach just looked at he had 42.
Yeah, there was
a lot of speeches.
There was this week where every
no, they don't count.
University was like, yeah, we want ours back too. Yeah, and us as well. And just like they all wanted him like that week.
You know what? If you were a real Chad, you'd be like, I forgot we even gave it to him. Yeah. He can keep it.
He can keep it. It's like, but there's like Southwest Northern, New Hampshire University who's like, we need someone on the wall. Like this will all blow over.
Walking back, it's like you got
Cosby. Turned out it did though, right?
You've got old Osama. Old Saddam over here. Like, wow, bad luck.
They give an honorary degree in marketing to Muammar Gaddafi.
I mean, you joke, but it did all blow over for Cosby.
Oh, wait,
but only because of that legal shit where like there was a loophole. Like as far as like
no, he just made a deal.
Really?
And he won. Yeah.
I'm looking at these schools. No. This school rescinded. That school rescinded. This school, all of them rescinded. Everything
except
Howard University.
Oh,
Howard University kept going. They said he's still They didn't just like no comment. They were like, he is still a doctorate at our university or whatever the heck he is. And
Howard.
Then an honorary degree holder is all they called him. It's a
Howard.
Yeah, I think they call him a historically black college. Is that the term?
Well, I mean, but it is a historically black. Oh, right, because I remember hearing about it growing up. Yeah,
but he's a rapist.
And then it looks like NYU still has it out there.
Well, so is Garcetti. No, that's my who's the Cuomo.
Yeah, Cuomo.
I was like, I only know.
Isn't Garcetti the fictional character from The Wire that was running for mayor, played by the guy that plays Littlefinger? It's Garcetti.
I don't know.
Is it? I don't know.
Yeah,
I haven't seen the Littlefinger guy in anything since Game of Thrones.
Oh, he was in The Wire. You haven't seen The Wire though.
I haven't. I saw him. I need
to see The Wire, dude.
He was on the plane in the Bane movie.
He
Omar
was
coming.
It's true.
Not a big part though.
No, I kind of threw him out of that plane there, and that was about it.
I think I'm gonna not watch that new Game of Thrones shit.
Probably a good idea.
I think I'm kind of over that whole world. I don't trust that the series is going to get finished by the author. There's no chance. And so why invest any more time? And do you really think that the prequel is going to open up like, oh, and now this makes sense, and now that makes sense? No, it's going to be bullshit. They're going to be making it up whole cloth as they go. It's not going to line up with like the futures. Like, we already know the precedent has been set. Like, they don't care about keeping it true to story.
They do now because they need to. If they don't, then they're fucked.
Wait, does it need? It's a prequel. There is no story. They're not. There's no books to follow anymore. They get to make it up just within this skeleton.
Not really though, because there has to be the correct build up with like who's uncle and the king of here was the nephew of this person. Like all of the lineages, everything has to like match up in order for the original story to make sense. And so in a way, like prequels, like it's almost like you have to be even more accurate in order to line up.
Prequels are harder than doing a post facto, right? Because you have the entire source work to say, here's what we can build on. But Taylor's right. Like, you have to create a believable lattice work that gets you to a point where, like, you can hit the ground running with the first Game of Thrones episode and be like, oh, no, this makes a complete sense. Yeah. You know, they were dating for 6 months versus a year. That's a big thing. So.
Yeah. Same reason I'm a little worried about the Lord of the Rings redo. They're not going to keep true to tale. There's going to be like ancillary nonsense that they add in, which is such a silly thing to do. There's so much material to cover.
Why do they do prequels? They could look. There are some unanswered questions with Game of Thrones. You know, I don't know how good a leader Bran is. Let's see it. I'll just go forward a little bit.
No, end it. Never again. Never again.
Kyle, episode 1. Bran rolls out accidentally like a huge amount of stairs, like Rocky ran up at the New York or the Philadelphia Art Museum. Bran dies, and we begin the next set of games.
No, episode 1, Bran viciously mocking someone in a wheelchair. I'm glad that isn't me. That will never be me. And whatever the fuck he sounds like.
And then he comes out of his warg, and we find him in a wheelchair. I like him rolling down the steps.
They never did anything cool with that warging. Like we had so many. We were like, oh, you don't even know. He's gonna warg into the dragon, right?
Yes.
He's gonna take control of the zombie dragon and eat the Night King with his own dragon. That's what. And you know that would be incredible. But I bet the creators of this show, they're thinking so much bigger than us.
Yeah. Do you remember? Like you could like
They were thinking about their Star Wars deal.
You could make like a video of all the conversations we've had, like deferentially talking about the creators of that show. Like, oh, you think they'll take that easy way out? No, we know they're working. Their machinations are on a level we can't even comprehend. And it's like, nope. Actually, Arya does it. Well, then why did John get brought back from the dead? Your guess is as good as mine, idiot. Like, I've got Star Wars money now.
We can't do this again. We can't do it again. This is like, we've got to cut Game of Thrones out of our lives.
No, we should all watching the next one come out. I'm watching Yellowstone now. Did I talk about that?
Is that the shit with Kevin Costner?
Kevin Costner is the patriarch of this gigantic horse farm ranch in Montana, I think. And basically, I'm like 17 hours into this show.
Yeah.
And every episode is to stop a land developer from either buying his land or building nearby.
It's all that matters.
17 hours. I'm on my second land developer. So this one's richer than the first.
So this is the real threat. Just wait for the billionaire that comes up next.
So I've described like the TVs in prison before, but I think maybe I've never really explained the gravitas of like certain movie nights. Like on a day-to-day basis, it's kind of loud in the TV room. People shuffling around. It's daytime. The lights flooding in. But when Yellowstone came on, someone would take a Post-it note and write Yellowstone 7 p.m. and stick it on the television. And people knew that they're coming. And that all of a sudden, like they would put the chairs in like rows, like theater seating instead of just kind of haphazard, because everybody's coming to Yellowstone. And it was like, shh, shut the fuck up. All right, start it. And you tiptoe around because these fucking felons are in here watching Yellowstone. They took it super seriously.
This is like the cataclysmic event, of like the Yellowstone erupting, right? So
No. So that sounds like a great show. I'd watch that show.
That's why I was like, what the fuck?
This is a show where Kevin Costner is like a cowboy, like horse farmer,
ranch owner
who deals with like corruption and like gets violent and stuff. They had fucking that, and like there was some other like Southern crime drama TV show that was really popular. Like they would line up for that shit. It was like Son of the South or something like that. I don't know.
Huh.
I've been thirsting for more cowboy stuff. I didn't expect it to come in the form of like 2019 Cowboys, but I guess I'm liking it. It's not going to knock Breaking Bad off its throne or anything, but it's good.
Yeah, I haven't.
It's repetitive.
There hasn't been a good cowboy thing in a while. The best thing in memory is Bone Tomahawk.
That was a slow burn. You have to be. I liked it. I liked it a lot.
I love the backup deputy.
9 times out of 10 in that show, I'm not patient enough to enjoy it, but I was that night.
Yeah, it's a slow burn, and if anybody out there is looking for like a wild adult movie, just don't look at the previews or read about it. Adult. Don't watch this with anybody who's not 18 years or older. This is a Western horror with who's the mustache? Kurt Russell.
Yeah.
In the lead, and several other really good supporting actors, and it is fucking wild. I love Bone Tomahawk.
Yeah, I'm being careful not to spoil. I don't even want to hint at how it goes down. Just watch it with no expectations other than shit will get real eventually.
Just know that like when you're an hour in, you're like, these idiots said that it was going to be a brutal movie. Just keep watching. It gets too brutal at the end, where you're like, oh, come on, we don't need this.
Stop.
Stop. We don't need that kind of
no. Good movie. Good movie.
I was watching it like a 48-year-old woman. Stop! Stop!
Stop it! Stop it! Like you're someone at like a Target when a fight breaks out.
Yes.
I hate that lady. The lady in every fight video screaming for them to
you
stop.
Better be glad you didn't watch Bone Tomahawk with me.
Oh. I mean, I was probably screaming stop too. There's some rough visuals in that. But for like the first 3 quarters, it's like a nice chill Western that's really fun. The kind of Western they don't really make anymore. I enjoyed it. I really like those
hints.
like
there's hints of scary shit out there.
Hints. Like sprinkles. But like I really enjoy just that dialogue where like they're like speaking that old timey Western like bullshit, and just like I don't know, the backup deputy is such a sweet character. Like everybody's getting ready to go ride out to like deal with the threat, and this guy's like way too old, and he probably never was really with it that much as a lawman anyway. And who does he go to visit? His wife's grave. And he's just like, well, I'm going off on another one. And he's just like, sure do wish you were here. He's just like having this like touching moment with his wife's grave, and like every character was really well fleshed out. Even like the gunman Slick Rick character wearing the suit. I don't know. I love that fucking movie.
So I want to get a little update, Kyle. How are you feeling? Let's see the tray of
you're handling this way better than I thought. If
we are 18 minutes away.
Yes, I got my Delta 8 gummies. I'm ready to have a couple. I'm not gonna eat a ton because I want to be able to talk.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the plan? What do you guys have? Because I was lured unknowingly into the pit of you guys just doing a shit ton of drugs. So like,
about to do?
So like, I mean, nothing, right? But like, nobody told me that this was the episode, which I'm thankful that I'm here for, by the way. But like, so let's say hypothetically, an hour left in the show. You guys are maybe not your game, not on point. What are we doing? What's your filler?
We will either end early or you will carry the show by yourself.
Oh my god!
We might play.
This
one
is
of
where
those...
I make my stand as this is the first 99% rated PKA episode where you guys are drooling and I'm doing an inner monologue.
You're like over there, like, and another thing. What's the deal?
Oh shit!
All right, I'll be back in 4 months. Yeah.
Normally, if there's any dead space on this show, I think it's fair to say I'm like the first one to be like, bring up a new topic, bring up a thing.
You're good. Going. All right, we can keep it going.
No dead air. I was just
making sure that that. All right, like
when I did pot in Colorado, there was dead air, and I just didn't give a fuck.
That's the danger. Do you see the problem? It's like, you're just like, man, you know what? What about 30 to 45 seconds of silence? We're just comfortable with each other's company.
Yeah. We're fine.
Dude driving 75 on the highway.
Is this still
just
playing?
Like,
did I pause it? Yeah.
That's why
I'm bored.
I'm not going to take a ton. I don't think I'm going to do more than 50 milligrams total. I'll do 25 to start.
I can engage with the boys, but not with edibles. I'm sorry.
I leave tomorrow morning on a 5-day motorcycle adventure. And I told that to the guy behind the counter. He explained to me, he said 25. He's like, 25, you'll be 100% tomorrow.
25 milligrams?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, see? on your tolerance level, you're going to get fucked up.
But by tomorrow morning? I'm actually
no.
Just during the show. Like, you'll wait. If anything,
because that's
like,
important to me. I'm on a motorcycle. I need to be all the way.
No, it's not. You won't be like fucked up or anything. Like, you may wake up and be like, man, why do I feel like I need extra coffee? And I'm like, it's because I got the weed hangover where I'm feeling like just a slight bit drowsy.
I was not aware of weed hangovers. That's a thing.
It's not in any way, shape, or form a debilitating long term. It's you feel you ever just feel like a little too, like Taylor actually nailed it. It's like a 2 cup of coffee morning. It's not like a negative thing. You're just like, all right, we're kind of cloudy, foggy,
leaving it noon anyway.
Yeah. You'll have gotten 8 hours of sleep and you'll feel like you got 5.5 hours sleep. And
then by the noontime, you'll be fine. It's not, you never go into REM. You smoke too much, you don't dream. That's a fact.
I've
heard that actually. I didn't want to tell Kyle because he said his sleep has been the best ever.
Your sleep is the best ever until you actually start realizing that it's not as good as a sober night's sleep. Mm-hmm. Weed will get you to sleep, but you will not sleep as fulfilled and as restfully as you just actually getting a good night's sleep. The problem I will take the 70% health sleep 100% of the night over the 100, 80, 70, 60, 50, whatever. Like, I will always smoke before bed because I am not going to turn off my brain or like get off New World or do something an hour before. Like, I'm sorry. I'm just not going to do it. So fuck it.
I feel you,
You
man.
can't go from like content creation to sleep very quickly. Yeah.
Or any of that stimulation, anything like that.
Yeah.
So I promise I will sleep for 8 hours. My sleep tracker will show me. It'll be like, hey, you slept pretty good, man. Congrats. That's another month of 80%. And I'm like, seems good enough for me, right?
Passing grade.
But you're never going to wake up and be like, holy shit. Like, oh, that's what 8 hours of pure REM feels like. It just doesn't work that way.
The best sleep, a BIPAP machine. That's what I have. So I have sleep. I know. Hear me out. I have sleep apnea.
That's the dab rig of sleeping.
It is. Oh, I love your description. So I had terrible sleep forever, right? I woke up something like a little more than once a minute. They call it an arousal. It's not like you fully
Holy
wake up,
shit.
Yeah. So I've talked about this before, but quickly, I got a sleep study done, and they're like, you have a big problem. And I was like, how big?
They said like that, you have big problem.
and I'm like, how big? Like, have I like broken a record here at the sleep study like facility? And he's like, no, we get like 2 of you a year. So that put it into perspective for me. And then I go again, and they figure out what the right BPAP setup is for me. I get one, and the doctor explains, like, once you learn how to sleep with this thing, it takes about a week to sleep with a mask on and breathe through your nose.
Can you explain what a BPAP machine is for the people that don't know?
Sure. So a CPAP machine, just kind of like you have your mouth closed and it inflates your nose a little bit. And when you inhale, you get a nice deep breath, but you're a little bit inflated like a balloon. So through your neck and through your lungs, it's all just a little inflated. So when you previously would snore and your tongue would be in the way and it's obstructed, now it's wide open and you are breathing better than anyone. A BPAP goes a little bit further in that, like, when you exhale, it kind of sucks the breath out of you. When you inhale, it pushes it. It's like
assisted breathing.
If you stop breathing, it'll kickstart a breath for you. Like, if you just hold your breath for a few seconds, it's like, come on, Tuck, get back in the game. and it is the best sleeping ever. So the sleep doc was like, all right, so you might get less sleep than you ever have in your life before. You might only get 6 hours because that's all you need now. 6 hours for you is like 8 for a normal person now, because I am on performance enhancing sleep devices.
Yeah, it's machine assisted sleep in a way that like actually works, and it's not that. I mean, the quality of sleep is good. I'm not quite at I had to sleep with a BIPAP for a couple days, and I was like,
I've never heard of that. A few days?
Well, I mean, I didn't have to. I was like, okay, let me give this a go, because I really was curious about the idea of it. It's just a little much to just consistently. Also, very not sexy. You can't. It's like somebody ever like, whoa, let me move the BPAP machine. Right,
I'm 100% on board with it. I had a big hang up about it with my wife, who I'd been with for we've been together 30 years now, right?
Yeah.
And if she needed a BPAP, or she sleeps with a they're almost like Invisalign braces so that she doesn't grind her teeth, and
mouth guard.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, yeah. And it like when she talks, is a little bit of like, I don't know, like a lisp. When she, I don't give a fuck, right? Like turn over the other way, baby. We can still hit this. But for somehow I had higher standards for myself. It was like, oh no, I need to be whatever, the peak of Woody sex appeal at all times. But once I looked at it through that reverse lens, it was like, what else?
Dude, yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, sleep isn't sexy. Like, I don't think like a better night's sleep. You do sex elsewhere. Like, the bed doesn't have. If you're just if you need I hate. My biggest pet peeve is not getting or being interrupted for a good night's sleep. If there's somebody texting me earlier, calling me that's not important, there's really, that's like my prime rest time. So. If you're gonna get a better night's sleep consistently, whether it's your mattress, your machine, whatever, then do that and just have a better life overall than not that. A bad night's sleep ruins your day. So if you consistently get bad night's sleep, your whole life is affected negatively. So do whatever.
Huge, yeah. You're grumpier, you're less productive, you have less energy, you're just less motivated. Sleep is huge. Yeah. But yeah, I'm a good sleeper now.
Good. I gotta say, are you guys sponsored by a mattress company at the moment?
No.
It's been a while.
Okay, cool. So I'll talk about mine. I got an Instagram ad, I have bought so much shit from Instagram. Great targeted ads. I'm convinced that I'm served different ads for my friends because they all think every one that they get looks like one of those really shitty knockoff, awful quality, whatever it may be, product, whether it's a vacuum or whatever. I bought a thing called 8 Sleep, not sponsored, by the way, which is a cover that is water cooled and heated, and a smart cover, right? That, adjusts to whatever preferences you have. Oh my God, I'm never going back. Because we're never going to get worse tech than what is currently happening right now.
So you sleep on top of a water bed almost, and that water is temp controlled. Am I close?
So it is you can buy the cover, right? Just the cover for it. It is a padded cover that if you push your hands on either side, you can feel that it has a plastic tube woven literally like an electric grill almost, right? That presumably has the water in it. And they have ample padding around it, but that is pumped through with a physical pump with water, and it gets cooled down to 55 degrees or up to 95 degrees. And let me tell you, absurd range, because no fucking person would ever want to lay on 55 degrees for an extended period of time. Let me give you an idea.
Is it under you or a blanket?
Under you. It's
What's
under
it called
you,
again?
and then you 8 Sleep.
Yeah, actually, do you spell out the word 8?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think so.
I've looked at this before. Carry on.
Right. Yeah. So, anyways, I got it, and I bought their mattress too. Whatever. I was upset that when I put it on, I was like, "Fuck!" There's this weird not weird feeling. You can if you lay on this, and you push your feet or arms into it, if you're rubbing yourself into your bed, you're it feels like there's a almost like a soft box spring under there. Like it's not uncomfortable in any way when you're laying on or doing anything.
But if you dig an elbow into it, you can find the pipes.
You can find the pipes, and it's not metal. It's not uncomfortable, but you're like, there's something under here, right? And so for me, I was like, that kind of cheapens this shit. But I woke up sweaty so much all the time. I hate that feeling. It's disgusting. I haven't sweat in my sleep in like 6 months now. And so what it does is it adjusts the temperature of the bed. I have it at like 66 degrees when I get into the bed. It goes up to 68 when I'm in REM sleep, and then it'll like go, it's like in between for light and whatever. It'll track that, sort it out. Like I gotta say, if this is the worst it gets, because we're not gonna get any worse water tech than this, like I can't wait. 5 years from now, we're going to have the literal greatest temperature control mattresses. It's incredible. It's so good.
You're selling me on it. It's expensive though.
It's so expensive. It's $1,100, right? For the
ProPod cover is $1,800 for a queen.
For a queen.
Oof.
Yeah. That's
so how much is it for a king?
$1,950.
Yeah. So that's not. I don't think that's the cover that I have though.
I'll give you a link.
No, I mean either way, I think I can tell you that for the mattress that I bought, for the mattress that I bought, and which is their brand, 2 pillows and whatever cover, it came out to like $4,800, which is a shit ton. Which is also hilarious because I bought my Casper mattress after coming on your guys' show years ago. So right, and I liked that mattress a lot.
We like it too.
Yeah, so like for the cost of that, absurd compared to getting a really good mattress. You can get great mattresses for like $800. However, I've never slept better in my life. It's like app controlled. I'm never going back ever. It's just like, and one of those things where and they had, I don't know if they're still doing it. They had 100-day money back, free refund, whatever thing, and I was like, fuck it. Like 100 days, I'll figure it out. It took me a week before I was like, I'm not sending it back.
My BIPAP machine. Now I didn't pay this because it's covered by insurance.
Right.
$7,000.
Yeah, they're crazy
Holy
expensive.
shit.
Yeah, the CPAP machines are like $700, like the lower tech ones. But there's 2 kinds of sleep apnea. One's obstructive, and one, I forget the term for it, but like you just don't breathe, you forget to breathe, like it's mental. And I have
imagine both. That's natural selection. Like imagine forgetting to breathe. It's like
all these people would have died in caveman age.
Yeah, what happened? I don't know. You just forgot to breathe.
Why grog no breathe when sleep?
That was like 5% of my issue, and 95 the obstructive would have cured. When I travel, I just use a regular low tech one because it's small. But yeah, I don't know. I was like $7,000. Good God. And I wasn't even sold on it being a good idea yet. So it would have been a lot.
Could you do a CPAP and still get like 75% of the plus?
I do when I travel. Yeah, I have a travel CPAP. My home thing, I don't know. It stacks up to the size of like 5 big laptops. Like it's a little suitcase almost.
That's pretty big.
Yeah. Now the travel one is like 4 packs of cigarettes.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Those things look so uncomfortable to wear. I can't imagine being able to fall asleep with the face thing on.
It takes a week. And also I had an attitude problem because like I was unhappy with the universe for making me need this. It was pretty apparent that I needed it. I had is narcolepsy the one where you can't? I mix up narcolepsy.
No, narcolepsy is when you fucking pass out, and kleptomaniac is when you.
I don't know why I put them together.
It's insomnia.
I had narcolepsy. Like
no, you don't. Narcolepsy is when you cannot help but pass out randomly.
Yeah. So midday, I just watch TV and shit, and like
I'm
that exhausted all the time. I was a dangerous driver. Like I would just pull over so that I didn't crash. I clearly needed sleep help. But because every night was the worst night's sleep of your life.
I love how you put that. I was a dangerous driver.
Yes, I literally was. Yeah.
I'm a menace. They should have arrested me.
Dude, it wasn't that much more responsible than drinking and driving. Like I was just driving. I was exhausted.
Right. That's crazy.
At its worst, not like every day.
Yeah. So Are you a back sleeper? Were you always a back sleeper, or can you side sleep with the CPAP or the
I would
BPAP?
side and belly, but with the CPAP, you have to be. I sleep like I'm in a coffin now.
Yeah, I can't, man. That is like my cheat code for like power naps is that I am incapable of falling asleep on my back. Right? It's just not. It physically can't do it.
Huh.
Right.
So I just fucking fall. I just like lay on my back and like I'll just get a nice little 20-minute right before you fall asleep, but you don't fall asleep feeling
Oh,
Yeah.
the whole time. And that way, like the alarm goes up and you're like, you don't get groggy. You're like, all right, well, here we go. But
I like that feeling sometimes. We're like
oh,
have you ever done that where like you're so tired that you get like you're looking forward to going to bed, and then you get in bed and you're so comfortable, and part of you is like, if I fall asleep, I can't actively enjoy how comfy I am right now. And so I'll like keep myself awake a little bit just so I can
Yes.
enjoy how
Yes.
comfortable I am.
I've said like, you ever been so comfortable, you're uncomfortably comfortable, you can't fall asleep. You're just like, oh
Yeah.
man, this is it.
I always like picture that it's like that old Simpsons clip where like he stays home from work and he's like, I'm just a big warm cinnamon bun. And he's just in his bed with the blanket and he looks so snuggly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My,
That's
Been
few and
there.
far between. Usually I don't get that sleepy. I have so much fucking trouble falling asleep, but it's not because of breathing. It's because like, just like racing thoughts and like not
And
able to
rampant
stop.
cocaine use.
And
Just
so
so
just,
many amphetamines.
You can see my cocaine body. Like, this is the body of a stimulant user.
Just imagine how fat he'd be without the cocaine.
Exactly.
Taylor,
Dude, yeah.
when you eat too many calories, what's your weakness, right? Mine is snacking at night, but it
Mhm.
sounded like you have meal-based breakdowns. Every meal
you guys,
breakfast,
you guys gotta
lunch,
eat
and
your
dinner
weed
is
now.
money.
It-
Every
it's
meal I
mo-
have is
yeah.
super healthy. Where do you get your calories?
Sometimes like it'll be like a dinner, like I'm going out to dinner and I like have a plan that I'm going to order something good. But then an appetizer comes out that someone orders and it's for the table, and oh, okay, I'll have some of this. And then I'll convince myself that, well, you've just eaten
broke
4
the
crab
seal.
rangoons. What are you gonna get, chicken, loser? And then I'll just go balls to the wall. Like I do that. I've done that, like ordering DoorDash, and like I go to the door, and every once in a while you mistime it because like they're supposed to just drop it off at the door and leave. And at least once or twice I've gone to the door with they're holding huge amounts of sushi. This is the most recent one, and like my wife is either like already asleep or like isn't planning to eat any, and I like have to go. I have to like put on an act that like this is for other people in the house, and so I'm like, oh man, this whatever you got smells good.
Hey guys, it's here.
hey everyone, hey, quit hiding! Everybody, quit hiding! Everyone's food is here.
This isn't a surprise party.
And then you just like sit down and feast, and you know the guy delivering it doesn't give a fuck, but there's still something about like it's mainly with pizza that's a thing where like you order a huge amount of like you get a big large pizza, and then you also get breadsticks, and then you also want garlic knots, which is all
And they
just
sell
You can't
cookies.
get garlic
You have
nuts
to
and
try 'em.
breadsticks.
well. Sometimes you want to.
Yeah,
sometimes
Kyle,
you
you've
want
been proven wrong.
I like
repeatedly.
to live dangerously.
So for you, you'll just do a breakdown cheat meal and not necessarily a cheat snack like me.
I'll do the breakdown meal, but the brunt of it, like what happens most often is I'm perfect from sun up to sundown, and then late night I go off the rails and I eat a huge amount of salty snack. Like I don't care about sweet treats. I'm all about chips, goldfish, Cheez-Its, pretzels.
Oh.
Just last night actually. You know those pretzel thins,
Yeah.
like those pretzel
those little
crisps.
sticks, right?
Yeah, it
Oh.
looks like it's like a very thin pretzel. It
Like a potato chip pretzel of some
like
sort.
a potato chip pretzel, but shaped like a pretzel and everything. And I got the everything bagel seasoning on it.
Oh,
The
I-
everything.
Rush them. I buy
Oh.
hummus to pretend like I won't eat half the bag without the hummus. I'm
Oh
like,
yeah, and then you're like, nah, fuck the hummus. This guy was carrying the weight the whole time with the every. And I ate the entire bag last night, and I
Okay.
didn't look at how many calories it was. But
All right.
it's great.
I gotta tell you, my vice is pretzels. Okay, I love salty snacks, but pretzels
yeah.
they're like if you give me a real crispy, salty pretzel. I mean, I could sit here and snack for hours. So what I did was I got a little too high one night, was reading Dune, thought I could really go for some pretzels. So I went online and I have this, I'm giving out free sponsorships every time I talk. This brand called Unique Pretzels. They have these 3 different types. There's the extra salty, the extra dark. I fucking love extra dark, like crispy pretzels, and then just the regular. But the way that they're like almost sourdough, but they have the correct amount of salt, right? It's a lot of salt, but not too much. The extra salty ones, they're fucking too much salt, man. Don't get
Extra
those.
salty. I'm ordering these on Amazon right now.
All right, so the problem was, as I was so high, I was like, well, yeah, let me just get like one of each. But what I was unaware of was that some of these would come in like absurdly large multi-packs. And so I just like clicked like buy now on each, and they come, and I got 9 boxes of pretzels. And each box had 6 bags of the like pretzel like pops, which are and it took me like 2 months to get through them. But I gotta say, I fucking love pretzels, and it was not a bad purchase overall.
They're great. Pretzels are such a wonderful treat. Whether they're hard pretzels, soft pretzels, don't care.
Soft.
The best pretzel is that big like soft pretzel that you get at like a fair or something, though, right? That you dip in the mustard.
Rook, your best pretzels are made by Auntie Anne's.
Auntie Anne's, I was going to say. Those, like, that's the best remaining part about a mall.
Yeah.
is the smell of the Auntie Anne's and the lies you tell yourself as you're approaching it. I'm here for pants.
Oh, fucking
bigger pants.
No, you know what? Pants
terrorism.
Can wait. I'll get 3 pretzels for my pretend children and leave.
He's in the bathroom.
Love this.
Have you seen that Key and Peele skit where the guy's literally doing that? He's ordering the pizza and he's like having fake conversations. He's like, and what do you want, Jerome? Oh, you do want half cheese, half pepperoni. Okay, and one of those. And he's got this whole fake thing going on. It's great.
I've still never watched the Key and Peele show, but you've said many times that it's funny. I should.
It is worth at least a couple half attention worth. Like, giggles.
They're still uploading.
It's pretty good.
I assume it's from the show.
Yeah.
They haven't done the show in a while, though, right?
Oh, really?
I don't know. I see web clips. I don't know if they're.
Maybe the content is working.
Who's the one who's like? Who's the one who's directing movies now? Tall one or short one?
The short one.
Short one.
Well, and that's probably why they're not doing anything. He's probably too busy directing stuff to.
I mean, both of his stuff got like
what was
Grammy or
I don't know.
It out inside or no.
To me, that was the first one, but I'm maybe I'm wrong.
Us.
I don't know it.
I didn't watch it. I just watched the first one.
I haven't seen it either. Are you sure it's called Us? That doesn't sound right.
Yeah. I was hearing about Korean entertainment recently. So
yes,
I guess the long story is Korea invested in some infrastructure in their country. And they made, I forget, like their chief exports were, I forgot. But they made a conscious decision, like, you know what? I think we could do entertainment. And a couple of years ago, the government invested in their entertainment industry. And if you think about it, in terms of like exporting your own culture, South Korea definitely punches above its weight class. You know, with the K-pop was one of the big things they got done.
That's true.
It goes all the way back to like Gangnam Style was one of their early things.
There was video to hit $1 billion.
What was the movie that won an Oscar?
Parasite.
Thank you. Yeah,
fantastic movie, by the way.
I haven't seen it, but I know that a South Korean movie won an Oscar. I think it was Best Picture as well. And now Squid Game, another South Korean production, is the most viewed thing ever in all of Netflix history.
It's the best thing on, Ozark is Netflix, right?
Yes.
Okay, well then it's my second favorite Netflix original ever. I really liked Squid Game a ton. Ozark still takes it for me as far as number one. It's such a good show. I cannot ever remember the name of the number one actor in that, but I love that guy. He's
Justin
so
Bateman?
fucking good.
Am I right?
Is it Justin Bateman?
Jason
Bateman?
Jason Bateman.
Whatever. That guy's great. But
who was that guy from?
Don't say Home Alone.
Who was that fella from Home Alone?
Macaulay Culkin. I'm gonna be getting that one from now on until eternity.
You're welcome.
Squid Game is great. Have you watched it, Tucker?
So that's why I am currently, I have just finished the second game, not to spoil it with anyone. And I am eagerly looking forward to the rest of the episodes. I like it. I went in late, right? Obviously. But I think that I had very low expectations regardless, because the premise of it is not a very new one, but I'm liking it so far. And the actors are really, really good.
No spoilers. The idea is that if you play these deadly children's games, then you can, all your financial problems will be solved. You win lots and lots of money.
It was if you play this children game and nobody knew it was deadly until they were actively playing the first game, and it was deadly.
True.
They handled that first game so poorly.
The guy that wrote it, like, it wasn't a big stretch. He was broke. He was so super broke that as he was writing the they don't call it a script, the play. Anyway, as he was writing the thing, he had to stop because he sold his laptop for like food money. And then he got another laptop later and continued on with his writing. It went for years and nobody bought it. They all thought it was way too gruesome and they weren't interested in it. But Netflix,
I mean, it is a really pretty fucking dark idea.
Yeah. Netflix wanted to get into this market though. Like, they were actively trying to get into Korea for some reason. And
for good reason, clearly.
Yeah, it turned out to be a really smart idea, but it wasn't because of getting into Korea, right? Like, so I guess Korean humor is way different. Like, they watch The Office, they called this out in particular, and it sucks. They don't, like, we see a tyrannical boss with the heart of gold. All they see is a tyrannical boss who's very much like their own bosses. That's what they said.
They see someone who's inept.
Yeah. I don't think of him as tyrannical, but that's what the podcast I watched kept calling it. Anyway, American humor doesn't do well in Korea at all. And so they needed like a Korean play, and they decided to make this South Korean thing and make it into reality. And Squid Game, nobody was buying it, but they had to change it. I guess the games were too complicated, and I'm glad they were simple. I think it's not a spoiler to this to say that at one point they played marbles, and the rules were, I put marbles in my hand, you guess odd or even. I get it. I don't know what the original rules were behind these marble games, but all of the games, they simplified them greatly so that you get it right away.
Yeah, so. It was funny, like, throughout the series where, like, you can tell there's exposition added for the American audience, where, like, if it were made in Korea, they'd be like, oh, you remember playing Wang Wang? Like, or whatever, and no explanation needed. But, like, there has to be so much, like, you remember as a child playing Jing Wang? You know, the game where you hold the marble and you guess what is inside. And then if it is odd, and it is odd in the hand, you win. But if it's even, then you lose. And it's like, okay, well, people don't talk like this, but now I understand the game.
Yeah.
I'm understanding what's happening.
So
it's great. I'm looking forward to it for you, Tucker, because you're going to like it if you like what you've seen so far.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's I like it when things, I like the juxtaposition between the kids game and how just absurd everything is. And also how, like, somebody who wasn't watching with, I was like, okay, so what happens when they, what happens if they go back to normal life? Like, how do they deal with people, like 200 people fucking dying? And then they're like, they have an island. Like, do you see how big this operation is? Like, okay, yeah, it makes sense. Honestly, like, she's like, you know how many missing women there are in the U.S. every year? And I'm like, okay, yeah, all of this makes a lot of sense. Yeah, fuck it. 200 people disappeared into the night and they're, all gambling addicts. Great. This all makes sense to me. So I'm stoked on it. It should be good.
It
really
is
good. Yeah.
So I want to, I think Woody and I are going to eat our edibles. I wanted to wait until I already read the ads before I did. So I will do that real quick. This episode is brought to you by Blue Chew. Fall is here and we could all use a stiff breeze. That's right. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, confidence can take you far in life. It can also help in the bedroom, especially when it comes time to step up to the plate. That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at bluechew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part is it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. So if you could benefit from extra confidence when it's time to perform, Blue Chew can help. We've also got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That is bluechew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. Thank you, Blue Chew, for sponsoring the podcast. Try it free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 of shipping. Get yourself a hard dick. It's a wonderful way to feel. Link below. This episode is also brought to you by SmartMouth. Everyone hates talking to someone with bad breath. That humid, awful smell just keeps you from focusing on... That humid, awful smell keeps you from focusing on anything other than finding an excuse to leave. Now just think of all the times that you were the gross, smelly one and the other person was thinking about trying to get away. You probably can't think of any examples. That's because we rarely have an accurate read on our own breath odor. In other words, you could be walking around with trash mouth, not even realize you're grossing everybody out. That's why SmartMouth was invented. SmartMouth's clinically proven 2-liquid formula combines to instantly eliminate bad breath and prevent it from coming back all day long. Rinse once in the morning for all-day clean breath and once before bed to prevent morning breath. Just 2 uses a day, and you'll never have bad breath, guaranteed. Whether the boardroom or bedroom, having confidence in your breath spells success. So go to smartmouth.com/PKA now for a free coupon. You can find SmartMouth products in the oral health aisle at Walgreens, CVS, Target, Rite Aid, Amazon, Walmart, or wherever you shop. Once again, that is smartmouth.com/PKA for your coupon. So check out SmartMouth, check out Blue Chew, both wonderful sponsors that support this wonderful show, linked below. All right, Woody, you got your...
Oh, you're not doing a lock and load thing?
Oh, yeah. Also, have you ever wanted to come even more? Well, then you can with this product formulated by 2 idiots online. Lock and with the help of Derek, a true expert. Lock and load. Look at the bottle. It's a real product. You should go to the link below and buy it. Have you ever wanted your girlfriend or wife to just be bewildered after you came? Then you and I are alike. So go to the link below, buy Lock and Load, use code PKA, and you're going to come like a champion.
Take it with water. It's better that way.
And if you don't buy it, we're going to feel like retards for spending so much time on this. So please buy our cum pills linked below.
Common theme is sexual pride and confidence.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the jizz biz.
We're in the jizz biz, and you can too. Just buy these wonderful pills.
I got my 3 bottles, and everybody here were Fish, mostly. Fish was like, hey, what are you going to do with those? And I'm like, I'm going to take them home with me and take them. Oh, okay.
Fish, you son of a bish. He's trying to sneak under the... He's trying to get free cum pills from you? No, I'm taking all of my cum pills.
He was so excited about the pills, though, because like they showed up and like I'd seen the pictures of the bottles, so like I didn't feel like this. Good. I wasn't driven to quickly like unwrap the thing. And he's like, "Hey, is that Lock and Load?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I'll look later." He's like, "It's probably Lock and Load, though, right?" I'm like, "I don't know, man. I'll look." And finally, I open it. It's like, "Yeah, here it is." And he's the most excited about it, I think, of anyone.
Dude. So I haven't been involved in the formulation process like you guys have. I'm not years into this, and we, as hosts, got like samples, I'll call it 6 months ago, 9 months ago. Mm-hmm. And I didn't really hit those, for whatever reason, when they came in the real bottles, I'm like, all right, this some pro looking shit, sign me up. And
this is legit. And you know what?
Now I'm taking them. We'll see what we get.
You guys, well, I know what you'll get. You'll get more cum because Kyle and I literally tested the formulation for months. Kyle measuring his cum. But you know what? You guys remember the conversation from the text with Derek and his guys, and they weren't sold on having splatters of cum on the design. Well, I am glad that I held that line and I made sure that there are bits of cum all over the design.
Can I just say, like, what actually happened there was...
Oh, my God.
and bear in mind, that bottle is covered with jizz right now. There was a time when that bottle was dripping. with jizz. And Derek was like, guys, I don't think the credit card processors are. We're already like on the edge here. Like, could we take a few of the cum stains off of the bottle? And we're like in this group chat with like the designer as well, who I'm sure doesn't normally work on jizz pills.
The PKA logo itself dripping with jizz? I don't see it on there.
I think there was jizz everywhere at one point. It
we started with a tremendous amount of cum on the.
It looked like the fucking end of Ghostbusters.
Yeah, and then he was like, I think we're gonna lose the jizz. We're gonna lose some of the load on there and just have the tank. And I was like, that was the fastest I responded to anything on there. I'm like, no, we do a fucking comedy show. There's got to be cum on the bottle. You can get rid of a little bit of it, but I would prefer that we leave some cum splatters on the packaging. And we came to this, what I think is a totally reasonable.
It's just so much. It's so much cum on the bottle.
Why is it so splat? It's like you who's like Jackson Pollock did. You
It was like you like
yeah.
Well,
Like
If you want to know why, get a few weeks into your stack and you'll understand.
It looks a little like it used to look like if you were to spray cum on a wall and let it drip. Like that's what it did look like. I mean, if I'm being honest, there was too much cum on the bottle at first.
It was the post. Now we have the pre.
no.
Yeah. So check out Lock and Load.
Should we get started with this?
Sure. I'm taking 25 Delta 8 milligrams.
I'm doing the same. Maybe this is a mistake. So this is 100 high potency, whatever, and I'm going to cut a quarter off of it.
It's gonna be too much. Kyle, how are you feeling? You look high as shit.
So I'm vibrating. Like I've got this like pulsating thing, this like whom that I can like feel like the sensation like in my head, my hands, and like my chest. I'm trying to like really form full sentences in my head before I say them.
Yeah,
because I can go like I can meander otherwise.
How many do you have left to get through? Oh my god!
Oh my god!
No, I
really didn't expect that.
I did see that he was eating it the whole time.
I was trying to get them all down at 2 hours.
You know what? Solidarity. I'll take another one.
Oh no!
I'm using
Actually, I need to be able
knife
to do the show.
Yeah.
I can't leave Tucker.
Wait, all right. So Kyle, I have a good. So you have had a cup of coffee, but thoughts on a second cup?
It seems really stressful to like go up there right now. I got like a flight of stairs that I'd have to hit, and
have Fish or Dirty. Fair. Have Fish or Dirty bring you one.
They're passed out. I don't.
Well, get those idiots ass up.
They sent me up.
Said edibles taste bad. It's hard to disguise. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
You're eating the gelatin sugar cube. You know, Kyle's eating 1,000 milligrams of shitty baked. Like, I'm not really trusting Kyle's ability to bake good cupcakes, and he baked them with weed.
He takes pride, actually.
I'm very good at it. Yeah, I'm a professional here. I use mason jars.
Okay.
So I decarbed at 215 degrees for an hour and 20 minutes.
Yes.
And I used pretty high grade marijuana. It was 25% THC. And I used 7 grams, I believe. So that's a quarter ounce. And then I'm stick with me here. And then I added a stick of butter, and I put that in the jar with the weed, and then I threw it back in the oven for 3 more hours, and then I let it cool and filtered it with cheesecloth into the cake mix. And now I am very, very high.
So do you have the delayed input thing yet? Where if you wave your arm in front of your face, you feel like you told it to do so 2 seconds before it does it? Do you have that?
I'm like every muscle in my body is like really tense right now because I'm trying to keep from actually moving.
You don't want to move. That's too stressful right now.
No, I don't want to vibrate because it feels like I'm vibrating. It feels like I need to hang on.
All right. Well,
that sucks.
I mean, you do need to hang on.
Yeah,
you do.
I've been clutching the backs of my knees like this for like I don't even know how long. My hands are sore.
Are you like getting sweaty?
No, I'm not getting sweaty. It's really cold in the house. It's really chilly.
According to the internet, it takes 30 to 60 minutes. Another site said 30 to 90 for them to kick in. Yeah. And peak is in 2 to 3 hours. So I guess
I disagree with the 2 to 3 hours.
That doesn't make sense. I don't feel like it works that way.
So tell me more. What do you think?
I feel like it hits way sooner than that.
I feel like peak hits like 90 minutes.
Yeah, man. I feel like it hits me and then I rise.
We're splitting hairs.
And then like by the time 3 hours later, like I'm at a nice comfortable high. I'm like ripped out of my mind.
A lot of it is it depends on your metabolism. It depends on what kind of edible you're eating, whether it was dissolved into fat, what kind of fat, or if it's like what you've got with the gummies or whatever. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of metabolism's big though, because I can remember taking a big dose of edibles and it hitting me an hour in, and then by 3 hours in, it was just crazy town, which is kind of where we're headed right now.
Yeah. So this is why edibles stress me out. Unless I'm going on an airplane, love doing it before I go on an airplane, because then it's just like I plan on being comatose until this sarcophagus lands wherever I need it to land, right? But otherwise it's like it's a little too. You could probably do that. Turn the lights out.
No, don't turn the lights out. We won't be able to see. You're gonna fall asleep.
No. Turn the lights out. But then
it might be scary in the dark, though.
I mean, anything could get you in the dark.
I'm all alone in here.
Yeah.
Should I get Fish to sleep on the floor?
Just do it for you. Fish is there to help. I feel like Fish would make you a coffee or get you a
water. The last image I got from them, they had dressed Scum up as a how do I say this delicately? A sand person, and he was.
Jesus Christ!
That is not how you say it delicately. Carry on.
That is the most ham-handed way you could have said that. To put it lightly,
as they say, a sand person, and he was in sort. He had the full like head wrap thing, and also like some sort of a cloak. So I don't want to go out there right now. I feel like there may be shenanigans afoot. And I'm in no condition to defend myself.
All right. If you take more, does it last longer?
No,
or just hit higher.
So you have to imagine like each morsel of it you eat creating this like band of intensity that lasts for like 8 hours. That's going to peak at 2 hours, and they're overlapping because I took them like in succession.
Over time.
Yeah. So like there are points like right now where I'm really, really, really high, but I'm fully aware that I ate the last bits of it like 20 minutes ago. So like
there's more coming.
There's a lot more coming. It's gonna be great.
I went okay. Ponage has Ari's number. He's gonna text him and tell him to bring you a coffee.
I don't want that.
You need a coffee.
That's gonna stress me out.
You think that'll put you on edge?
What's the point? You literally nothing better than
all right, I'm going for the
500 milligrams of THC and a single cup of 80 milligrams.
If I don't come back,
right? Like
if I don't come back in like Kyle? If I don't come back in like 6 minutes, call for
don't get up. Don't
have
get up.
someone
don't
come look for me.
Don't get up, because if you get up, you're not coming back.
He'll come back. What's come back
doing?
With a cup of coffee.
Oh, he's getting his own coffee.
He's gonna do his best.
Okay.
Huh.
You know, he's handling this very well, but I know I also Kyle's one of my very close friends. I know him very well. He is so goddamn high right now. Yeah.
Listen,
he's definitely having a ton of anxiety trying to keep himself composed.
I think if it's apparent to everyone that he's going through it right now, but I am impressed by the resilience.
It was fun when we're like, how many cupcakes do you have left? And it's like a few crumbs on an empty
Zero. Some movie shit. Oh, you're going to get some really, at the very least, you're going to get some really good, like 30-second videos of like 2 hours later.
2 hours later. I mean, I think it was so funny that he was like, I'm not going to eat a bunch of gummies that are only 10 each. I'd have to eat 100. And so he makes 9 cupcakes.
It was
Like, why? That's even more food.
I didn't think of that, but you're right. Yeah.
He probably like got into cooking them, and he's like, I'm not going to admit I'm wrong. I'm going to keep making
That's
these.
why I was like, surely the easier way to consume this much is to eat the single, like they make 1,000-milligram chocolate bars. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of chocolate, but it's just like
He had a challenge in buying those because you need a medical license.
because they're like this, like what, sir? Why would you like to buy this? There's no like responsible reason for that much. Like really, truly,
no reason.
that's so much. If you're watching this and you're like, oh my god, what if I just like did 50 milligrams? Like,
Oh, yeah.
Also, far too much. Oh, but well, yeah, 25. You're gonna be really high. I mean,
I thought I
25
was
is a
taking
really
a
solid
kitty
one.
amount.
No, 10 is like 5 is a dosage. 10 is like anything that you'd probably.
I think of 10 as like a normal like dose. Like if you're buying the little squares.
I told
and things.
dude man at the counter I had never done this before.
Oh, dude, you are gonna be so goddamn high. Like,
Well, I don't
you
know,
better
man. It
buckle
might
up
not be.
because you're gonna be so goddamn high, and
No, I
it's gonna
don't
be
know
me and
about
Tucker
that.
doing the show at the end.
Yeah. I mean, I think you'll be high, but not that bad. Like, when I want to pass out on a flight, I'll drink like a 35 or 45 tincture, like a little. It's literally cough syrup. It's so bad, but like.
Ugh.
It is.
Why do you do that
Pod guys
instead of-
admit it's bad.
It's efficient
Why do you do that instead of just like having gummies instead?
because I don't want to fucking like. I'd literally I'd have to eat 4.5 gum. That's just like a lot of work. Versus I can get a thing that's like this, and it's just a little serving. It doesn't.
Fair enough.
taste that
I've
bad.
never
It's
tried
not.
tincture. I've just heard people say that it's kind of gross compared to other administration methods.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm not doing it for fun at that. Like I'm not like waking up like fucking can't wait for the syrup, bro. It's like I'm getting on a metal like cylinder in the sky. I just really would like to go to sleep or something. It's
I've done
not-
that where like
Yeah.
I've eaten a bunch of edibles like right. I've done it where like I bring the edibles with me in the Uber and I'm like about to get out of the Uber to the
And you're
airport and I eat it all and then it's like race against the clock to get through security before it hits me. And I remember like I'm not doing anything illegal or anything, and like I'm about to walk through the portion of the airport through the security line where there's
Right.
the guy with the dog that walks back
Yeah.
and forth, and I remember being so scared that it would be able to smell my breath and know that I had eaten all those edibles. And
And
so
it
I
was
was
like-
like, because it kicked, I waited in line too long and it kicked in too early. And so I'm
Right.
like about to walk through that area and like my heart's beating so fast and I'm like, I'm like holding my breath as I walk past the dog. And like, it's not until I like come down later, like as I'm landing, that I'm like, that was so retarded. Why did you think that would make a difference?
So
Yes,
last night we were in the backyard and we were all very, very high. And there's like a major road like back behind the house. And I could hear a siren like way in the distance. And I was looking at Dirty's face because he's super paranoid because he's crazy high. And I'm watching his face to see his reaction to the siren because I'm high too, but not so high that I'm afraid of fucking sirens. And like he has this real, he's like, oh,
You're not doing anything illegal, by the way.
Yeah.
I know, but he's terrified that they're coming for it. They're coming. They're coming. And like every time the siren would go whoop, 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 he was going like a machine gun was hitting him. He was so
Like
terrified.
PTSD.
He was so terrified of the sirens. It was great. He's still passed out on the floor out there. I had to step over him to go get coffee.
That's crazy.
I mean,
Oh, you did get coffee.
Yeah.
He's gonna
Good for
wake up
you,
at
man.
midnight.
Good for you.
do you feel a little more grounded now that you know you're capable of like getting yourself a cup of coffee?
Oh, that was a scary trip.
But
That
it
was
was,
scary.
but it was
You wouldn't think
important
you
that
would
you
make it?
braved
I
it.
got up there and he was still like half a sand person. He had the top part on, but not the bottom part.
So he's keeping half his outfit on. Just he's so
Yeah.
high.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah.
Makes
I
me-
don't.
makes
I
me
think
feel-
I think it's offensive.
Makes me feel uncomfortable.
Yeah. I mean, bigoted things like that drive me up a wall, man.
You got
Don't care for it. What is that you have, Tucker? Beef jerky?
he got me one of those
some
suits too.
edamame sea salt.
He got me one of those sand people suits as well, and he's like, "Come on, put it on," and I'm just like,
No, there's no reason for you to do that.
No, I don't want to put that on. I'm gonna take it home with me and like
a little role playing.
There is
maybe
like there's definitely
jihad role play just stepped its game up. All right.
There's definitely a level of high and drunk, or I assume just anything you're fucked up on, where like coffee has no effect anymore. Like it just can't compete with
whatever
you've already consumed.
Yeah. Well, it depends. That nitro cold brew shit, I swear to God, like the Starbucks drink. Sorry, this is like eating sand. I don't know why I thought this was a good idea.
Dude, it was so hard to choke down those fucking cupcakes. I made them I made them yesterday, and I just left them out on the countertop because we got fucked up last night. So they're all dried out.
So they were the worst that could possibly be.
You needed milk.
And I'm so high already that my mouth is dry, and I'm just
it's like eating corn. It's like cornbread at this point.
Are you having fun, or are you way past the fun level of high?
I could enjoy this if I weren't here. If I were like in the recliner in there watching Fantasia, with like we've got like a really nice surround sound thing and a big projector, so like I could go to another realm right now and have a little adventure. But
you don't think you'd fall asleep?
No, I'm like it's not vibrating, but there's like these pulses of like sensation like running through my body. It's going woom woom woom. So like I couldn't sleep right now. That would be terrifying.
Okay, yeah, I feel that.
I'd rather walk to the gas station.
What would you get? What would you get if you went to the gas station? What would you get?
A fucking panic attack is what I'd get. What I mean is that my greatest fear in life right now is driving. I mean, the only idea worse than walking to the gas station would be driving to the gas station.
Yeah, I mean that would be a bad idea.
I don't remember if we said this on the show or if we just talked about it beforehand. You have to be on a plane in 9 hours or so, right?
See, I don't like that people keep bringing that up because that stresses me out.
Yeah, you don't even have to be on that plane.
Still be high, probably.
I have to be out the door in.
It's incalculable.
Like 6-7 hours.
No, make him do it.
some have claimed 6-7 hours, but nobody knows.
7 hours and 15 minutes.
You're gonna be packing this high. You might leave shit behind.
Dude, there is no way they're making.
I know, Woody. That is one of my major concerns. Is that I have to pack.
Kyle, everything that you might leave is replaceable.
You know what would suck? It would suck if you accidentally packed drugs and went back to prison.
Ah!
No, don't say things like that to him. Don't say things like that.
Oh, accident. My bad.
I don't think the Denver airport would care if you flew out with weed. And you know what? It's actually legal to fly out of LAX or any airport in California with weed.
Now I have to leave my luggage here.
No. But you should search your luggage, right, before you fly.
Yeah, all I've really had are these pens, and I've only had 2 of them, and they lasted for pretty much the duration. I smoked a good bit of.
That's the way to do it, man. You don't like those little vape pens, disposable, single serve, so fucking nice.
It tastes like apricot.
Yeah, don't risk flying home with the vape pen, though. Man.
Of course not, because I have Delta 8 at home.
Yeah. I was just making jokes. No one thought it. It didn't land. Just mail it back out. Anyway.
So, Kyle, do you have any plans after the show tonight other than to just feast?
Feast? I'm not hungry. You can't eat on edibles. Like I feel nauseous right now.
What are you? What?
Do you know how?
No. He just ate 9 cupcakes. That's why he can't eat.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
I feel so like the only thing that's keeping me from vomiting, I think, is the coffee. Like I don't want food.
Do you think? I mean, that was my guess. Is I thought after you had that much, you would definitely vomit.
Yeah,
you're handling it a lot better than I anticipated. If I was on that much, like I'd be passed out. I would be comatose somewhere, unreachable. Like my house could burn down and I would just die.
I mean, we haven't gotten there yet.
No, you still have like 2 cupcakes yet to land. You know,
They're like
it's like
100
Magic the
and
Gathering. They're on the stack. They
They're
haven't
like
resolved yet.
As a unit of measurement, we've used cupcakes and colanders tonight. I'm digging.
they're
it.
like 100 and they're like
Kyle's-
155 milligrams each.
Kyle's like the small white girl on that couch in that meme.
Yeah, and it's 9 cupcakes behind him.
My cupcakes, yeah.
Now, someone's gonna make that now. It's so funny. Like you just being high as shit all episode. We shouldn't make this a thing because it's not going to go well. We'll
No,
just
this
get quieter and quieter and quieter. And then eventually, like literally, I said it, I think even it was either during or before the show. Like if I get super high and like if you two are comatose and I'm high as shit, I'll just be talking to Tucker like, and another deck list I'm working on for Magic is this one. See, the thing about this skeletal swarming is every end step you get a new skeleton. What were we talking
I will never let it get, I will never let it get down to that. I promise.
Thank you. You're
I will
I feel like we've been there before.
a tenured we have. Remember last episode where we just were naming states?
Dude, I love that part. I did a live stream and people fucking love that part. We
Really? They thought that was funny?
I'm
Just
getting all this positive feedback about this.
What's your favorite state?
oh man,
Maryland.
probably Colorado. You got well, I don't know. It's not
Wyoming
warm there.
a lot, but I did go in the summer.
Colorado or Florida? Florida because the weather there is so fucking awesome.
Wait, have you been to Florida much?
Many times. I love the heat. I'm a heat boy. I do better in the heat than the cold.
You like the swamp?
Heat boy.
Florida is
What the fuck is a heat boy?
Someone who likes the heat more than the cold, idiot.
the heat miser. He's got the yellow
I am
hair.
the heat man.
I'm the heat meister. So Florida or Colorado, because it feels like you can do anything but the beach in Colorado.
Yeah, that's true.
Florida is.
They got deserts. You can
awful
ski.
You might as well just say
Are you
California.
going to Florida at the beaches?
Yeah, I go to some Florida beaches, but I don't do like surfing or anything like that. So I'm sure like you would come at it from a different critique.
Yeah, Central Florida is just swampland. It's impossible to go anywhere because the roads don't crisscross. Like you can be 10 minutes by air and an hour and a half away by drive. That's a little exaggeration, but not far.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It just you realize it. You think Florida and you think like Miami and Will Smith and his expensive cars or whatever that exists, but Central Florida is Alabama.
Yeah, Central Florida, I would have no interest in.
And
sure, like
North
the
Florida.
weather would be better. North Florida, I don't care about, but like Miami, Tampa, like St. Petersburg, like those nice, like right on the beach areas. That's what entices me to it.
Miami's fun. If I had to move off of the West Coast, I'd move to Miami. I have like a lot of love for Miami as a city. But other than that,
expensive,
I
though.
hate. Oh yeah, but I mean, I live in LA, so it's lavish.
And like, well, LA would be good for the weather too, but like, I just know like every time they bring up that map with you, like look at the weather app, and it's like I only look at it when it's like horrible here. Like last year, it got to -4 or -10, something like that here in St. Louis, and I had a pipe burst and a huge amount of problems. And like I looked at the map on like that day, and it was all hellish, except for like Florida, and it was like 76.
yeah.
And it was like that's perfect.
Yeah.
That is ideal.
You're like, you know what? Fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm moving to Florida.
I'm eating Cubanos every day till I die of high cholesterol. All right. Like,
Oh,
it's
I'm
just-
already.
Oh
I'm
my
gonna
God.
lap people on the way there with my high
Delta
cholesterol.
Arrived 10 minutes early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
Or being on a coast would be fun, I guess. But only if you're like being on the coast would only be fun if you're right by the ocean. Like if you live in like
Yes, I
the
agree.
middle of South Carolina, who fucking cares? Like you're
That's
not
not the
bouncing 4 hours there. Yeah,
being
you
on
need
a
to be right
warm
on the
coast. Like being on a warm coast is much better than being on the West Coast or any like colder. Because like I lived a mile away from the beach, but I never really went to the beach because A, it was super crowded and disgusting. It was Santa Monica, but B, it's fucking 66-degree water. Like that's not really anybody's thing. That's like an uncomfortable cold. versus going to North Carolina beach, even going up to like New Jersey in the summer. All of that water is very warm, refreshing. It's more comfortable to me. So like if I'm going to live anywhere on the water, it's got to be in the Gulf or
Did you grow up by the beach, Jericho? I thought you did.
My grandparents in Wilmington, North Carolina. So they have a beach house there.
Okay.
Kyle, your camera keeps shaking. Are you like tapping your feet wildly or something?
I am.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and cut that out.
I'll try to.
Hey, we're gonna want to stop that.
My knee is like doing that bouncy thing, like crazy.
Oh yeah.
You're so anxious.
That.
Yeah. I never picture like the Northeast having warm.
Are you still talking about the States?
Yeah, we're talking about weather now. We're on to small talk.
That was 45 seconds ago. Do you think it's been a long time?
It feels like a very long time.
Taylor, no.
He's just the time warp is in effect. And so
I'm just gonna be like, yeah, we.
Are you guys ready for a new topic?
Yeah,
sure,
what's the new topic?
Frank Abagnale. Do you guys know who that is? I bet Kyle will.
Yeah, from Catch Me If You Can.
From Catch Me If You Can.
Oh yeah.
His biggest con ever, this is reality, this is the truth, was convincing people that he was a con man. He was never an airline pilot. He was never a doctor. He was never a lawyer. These stories were untrue. During the times they supposedly took place in his life, he was in prison. They wrote a book about him. Who made the movie? Help me. What's his name?
Spielberg?
I have Spielberg, but I think it's the other S one.
I don't know. I literally watched it today, though. It's weird that you're talking about this.
Really?
I watched it today.
It's a good movie. I haven't seen it in a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not important who made it. But it's like a huge name.
I can't.
It's Spielberg. Is that who you said?
Yeah, he said Spielberg.
I was wrong to correct you. It was
Leonardo
Spielberg.
DiCaprio in that?
Yes.
Yeah, Leonardo and Tom Hanks made a movie thinking that this was real. He claims that like he consults with the FBI. Remember how that's how it ends? He's like an FBI instructor or something to tell them. That's not true. The FBI does not work with him. They do work with people like him, but he is just a liar who convinced us that he was a good liar.
Good for him. The ultimate con.
Right? It's like, what? Is that a better con than the other cons?
It's absolutely a better con than the other con. He convinced people he pulled off cons while doing none of it, and while he was in well, actually, how did people not see through this right away? All right, I'm changing my own mind.
I mean, it's kind of cool to have a movie about you. He was played by Leonardo DiCaprio and chased by Tom Hanks.
Yeah, and it was all a lie.
Yes.
That's pretty cool. Good for
right?
him. Yeah.
I don't know. It's like the story keeps giving now that you know that the whole time he was conning you into thinking he was a con man.
If you guys were going to start a scam or a con, what do you think you would do? Like, it seems like it'd probably be hard, but like starting a pyramid scheme or like not pyramid scheme, a multi-level marketing company.
Would it have to be like would it have to be a physical product? Because I think the problem here is like you could probably convince people to buy in. Like I feel like I could con YouTubers out of their like ad revenue, you know, like maybe like have them set it up under my AdSense or some shit like that. But like I don't think I could ever make people believe in some product or belief, right? Like some culty thing. Yeah,
I bet you could. You're a charismatic guy. Like you would just have to find a product that was like some sort of like this bean harvested only from the highest peaks of the Nepalese mountains is responsive, has antioxidants at a level never seen. None of this is tested, so nobody knows. Just say whatever you want, and then charge a ton for these pinto beans that you've painted, and
it would have to be on brand. I'd have to be marketing like the world's greatest no hangover vodka or something like that. You know what I mean? I'd have like, guys, you could be sick. You could, if you're 16, you can legally buy this shit. Okay. And then like,
it's just water.
It's just like, guys, it's called Alcohol 8. All right. It's not like Alcohol 9. It's completely synthetic. Like you'll get fucking wasted. It's like O'Doul's or some shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you always hear those stories about like kids at parties getting the O'Doul's kegs,
yeah.
like as a prank from the person who gave it to them, and then they all pretend to be drunk. So like the placebo effect is so strong, you could definitely figure out something there.
Guys, my mom went to Whole Foods and bought a bunch of the 2.5% kombuchas. We're going to get fucking slaughtered tonight. We just got to drink like half a gallon each.
Just gotta drink. I didn't even know they had 2.5% kombucha. All the ones here I see in the store, it's like less than 0.5% alcohol.
Well, they also have hard kombucha. This is I think if you're under 2.5, you can sell it with the regular. You still have to be over 21 to buy it, but you can sell it with like the regular sodas. Just because it's like normal fermentation. Don't quote me if I'm so wrong.
I didn't know that.
I don't know. Blame wherever I just bought that kombucha from.
That's an interesting verifiable fact you just told us.
Yeah, 100%. Somebody's gonna be like, this fucking guy. I think it's the same shit as like having your stuff labeled as cane sugar and not as like hard liquor. If you have a hard seltzer, you can go like with the light beers, but if you have like a vodka seltzer, you have to go in the liquor aisle. You can't be in the
vodka seltzers are better, I think.
Yeah, of course they are.
White Claw is not bad. It's really not bad. But the ones that are like seltzer with vodka added,
High Noon,
much better. Yeah, High Noon. I've tried that one. I've tried a couple others. I tried one that was like it's seltzer with tequila added, and it was vile. Like it was really bad.
I'm very picky. Vodka, you can get it can have chunks of potato in it. It's fine, right? It is vodka at the end of the day. Tequila, 1800 if 1800 ever enters my inbox, I'm gonna spit on them. Right? Like you can have awful tequila that is just so negative and so nasty. Canning it and putting it in like one of those things. You're good. But vodka, you're fine. Yeah, it's way easier.
It's like. It's funny how like all these like regional alcohols from all around the world independently created. You got whiskey, bourbon, vodka, tequila, and almost the world over, everyone's like, oh yeah, the Russians won that battle. Vodka's the best one. It tastes the least like anything else. It's cheap. It's far and away the best for making mixers.
Literally,
some people would argue tequila. I think.
I don't. Tequila has more of a zing to it, and so
for
like
mixing, I don't know what I'm talking about.
If you mix it, you're still gonna catch that tequila zing. Whereas if you have like a decent mixer with vodka, there's not really a vodka taste other than the ethanol. And so if you can mask that,
is it a little lime?
Tequila has a flavor.
No,
there is no such thing as like. Yeah, no, I get what he's saying. You can hide the flavor of vodka much easier than you can hide the flavor of tequila.
For sure.
So there are a lot more. It is a less easily offensive drink.
What do they put in margaritas?
That's tequila and like a ton of sour mix. And so like if you get a margarita that tastes good, they fucked you on the alcohol content. It's like you're fine with that. But most people are like, the fuck? This was $9. Give me something.
And then she's like, it's dollar margaritas. You're at Applebee's. Shut the fuck up.
Drink 9.
Gonna get the Beatus before you get drunk on those.
Yeah. Oh God, so bad. But I think tequila is the number one fastest growing and grossing alcohol in tequila, or like in the alcohol, right? From
That's surprising.
I mean, George Clooney's what you fucking call it, Casamigos. You know, he sold that for like $5 billion or some crazy amount.
Oh, I did hear about his vodka.
George Clooney.
Or tequila.
Huh.
It's pretty good tequila. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, he made more money off of that than he made in all of his acting combined.
Isn't that crazy? I don't know how much he made. Like, as you know, $5 billion sale. It's not like he has $5 billion now.
Yeah.
Clooney
I mean, I want to say that. Who's the guy you like so much?
I lied and I completely $1 billion.
That's still
$1 billion. Okay.
I'm sorry, but yeah.
I wonder how much is his. Does his wealth rival Jerry Seinfeld's now? Maybe.
Maybe it depends what he was worth before, because Jerry Seinfeld's most of $1 billion.
I guess you can probably.
We can go to those sites; they're very reliable.
Yeah, you know what's sad? You'll go to those sites sometimes and search someone who was like a child actor in like 1996 and be like, "What's this guy worth now?" And it's like
500 million
currently in prison for meth.
They say he's worth 500 million.
2 different sites said 500 million. So let's just say he took half of the 1 billion sale. So he's a fucking peasant.
Dude, I Googled George Clooney's net worth, and Google said, did you mean how much money has George Clooney?
Yes, well, naturally.
How much money he has George Clooney? How much does he has? We don't know. Kyle, it is so funny. Like, we're having conversations, and I can see you over there quietly reconciling your fate. Like looking down, like, oof. Okay, this is intensifying.
Taylor, has yours kicked in at all?
Yeah, I'm starting to get high. Yeah, I'm already high.
So I wrote it down.
You guys have been high for a little
I gotta be honest with you guys, I'm pretty fucking high.
I took it at 9:32 Eastern, and at 9:52, that's when I announced it came 10 minutes early. Now it is 10:02. It's been 30 minutes.
You know what? It probably didn't affect you. You should take another 25 milligrams.
Yeah.
That is, I have to drive.
So
tomorrow.
But what you have to say is you have to say this edible ain't shit, and then you take the other half, and
That's the
then
tradition.
we'll be gang.
I can
Oh
see
my
why
God.
people would take more, because
Yeah.
you're like, okay,
You see, this is why edibles kind of suck. All right, it's like a time bomb. You're like, oh, am I getting high? I don't know yet. Like, right? Like if you just smoke a bowl, it's like, yes, I will be high in about 15 seconds. Like,
yeah, and I'll know exactly how high I'm gonna get, and when to smoke again. Whereas,
exactly.
Yeah, it is.
How
a
long
bit
does
of
it
a
take to
risk.
max a bolt? You say 15 seconds arrival. Does it keep rising?
Maybe
smoking.
a little bit. Like you'll take the bong rip or whatever you're doing, and you'll immediately, because through your lungs is like the fastest way other than intravenous to get it into your system, and like you're instantly high. And you'll climb a little bit, but that climb is short, and then you'll stay there. Whereas edibles, you don't know where you're going to end up. You might be in a random. You might be in
12 hours.
You might be in an Airbnb in Colorado with some patrons, just uncomfortably high. Or at your house at Apex. Not
Dude,
Apex.
imagine somebody just busts in there dressed as like.
Just as the Joker. He's got full paint on. I don't know. Kyle, how are you feeling? Just a little. I know people want constant updates into your.
Well, I'm a little afraid of the Joker now.
He's a scary guy. That's a valid fear.
Yeah, that was the. Yeah.
You should dwell on that. Now, how are you doing? I saw you multiple times looking down, thinking. Are you still vibrating really hard? Do you have that movement delay yet?
Yeah, I feel the need to collect myself pretty frequently to keep from spilling.
You know what's funny is I can hear how dry your mouth is.
Yeah.
Have you thought about getting some water?
Have you thought about a bit of water?
What? I can't give us a review of the Canada. Is that Canada Dry? Or is that the cream soda?
It's the Zevia.
Zevia is great.
What is there alcohol in Zevia?
No.
It's just stevia sweetened soda. I drink a ton of those. I love them.
Oh, it's a diet soda basically, but it's stevia.
Yeah, so it doesn't spike your blood sugar or something like that. Kyle explained it at some point. Is that right?
Tastes good.
It does taste good. What does it do to your do to your blood sugar? It doesn't impact it, right?
Don't fucking know.
All right.
Sober Kyle had facts on this. I feel like
Kyle's not here, is he?
No, Sober Kyle left a while ago.
Haven't seen him for a while.
Kyle, I got a question for you.
Oh no.
Your plan for world domination has succeeded, but instead of being an evil overlord, you are a mildly infuriating overlord. Which laws do you pass to make everyone mad? There's an example. If you wear a long sleeve shirt, you're forbidden from rolling up your sleeves while washing your hands. Slowest driver gets right of way.
I'm not going to be able to help you with this one.
I was going to say, Woody,
You can't come up with mildly infuriating?
No,
Come on,
Woody,
you need an idea here.
this is too complicated.
I would say
do something more straightforward.
everyone at Chipotle is required to point at their ingredients over the screen.
That's a good one.
That
All
would
right,
frustrate
I like
me a
it.
lot. What do you want? I want a chicken burrito, sir. Because of the new guidelines, you must point physically over the screen. I want that And remember when Obama did that?
That was so infuriating.
Oh,
yeah.
Any celebrity that I formerly liked, like it could be anyone. If I see them point over the screen at like ice cream or ingredients, it's like, no, you're on my shit list now. I hate that.
It's
so
like
much. I don't want your fucking finger flakes all over my ingredients.
It's like the easiest barrier to not cross over. It's literally tilted away from you like a pen, and you're like,
Just it's labeled. Say what you want. You don't have to point at all. We can remove pointing and just say chicken. To me. Just say fajita veggies.
The pico.
Just say I want a queso burrito, and then when they put queso on there, you gaslight them and say, I never asked for that, but I still want it, and you're gonna give me this without the queso fee, and you gaslight that Chipotle employee, and you say you don't, and that's what are we talking?
Have you ever seen this done? Have you ever seen this done, Taylor?
No. I mean, I've definitely.
You're like acting out some sick fantasy.
That's what I want. I mean, I have done the thing where like I say single meat, and then they switch out the person doing it, and then you get double meat, and they don't charge. Or I'm sorry, you get the double meat, and then they switch out the cash register person, and you say you had single meat, make out like a bandit. You're saving $2 for the extra meat fee.
That's a lot of dollars for a meat fee. That's what it costs.
Yeah. But you can save that $2 if you're duplicitous. if you go into Chipotle with a plan. Oh man, yeah, I'm definitely high at this point.
Are you?
A little bit, but I've been balancing it out. I have enough White Claws in me that I'm not going to shut up.
Oh, yeah.
I need to get some more. Need to have some more of those. Except I think there's ruby grapefruit left in my fridge. I got through this ruby grapefruit, but that's just the worst flavor of them. It's not good. Lime, that's the king flavor. How you doing, champ?
Oh, I'm feeling just fine as frog hair.
fine as fuck. Oh, it's exactly what we said it would be. Kyle unable to speak for hours at the end. What are you drinking, Tucker? Beer, or you're always having something fun?
Yeah, just a beer. La Fin du Monde. It's my favorite beer.
La Fin du Monde. What kind of beer is that?
I don't know. A triple, but it's from Ontario, I think, and pretty good beer.
It's not one of those like gross, way super high alcohol content.
It is.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Those are horrible. You know what I tried recently was soju, which is
soju is dangerous with like peach or like mandarin or whatever.
I've never had that.
Very good.
I just bought a bottle at the store, and it's called the brand was like Janisu or something. Like I guess they're a big brand of it, and it is. I think you're supposed to take shots of it, and so I was like excited to try it, and so I took a shot of it, and it's disgusting. It is no, it's really bad. Like my wife and I tried it.
Was it cloudy?
No, so it was clear, and so we both poured a shot of it, and I was like, this is like supposed to be like a fun like Korean drink, and like it's only 20% alcohol, and so like a vodka shot is 40%, but it has all of the bad taste of a 40% shot of vodka, and you're getting half of it. And we both agreed. Like I think it's still sitting in there. Like I'll probably just throw it away. It was horrible.
Yes, this is my favorite. All right, so you're spot on, right? Like rice wine. It's because it's rice wine. Soju and sake are kind of, no matter how they're made, they kind of all do inevitably taste like a watered down vodka shot, right?
Yeah.
But without the flavor. So you got to throw lemon in there at the very least, but also they make flavored soju and flavored sake that I swear to God, I mean, you're gonna drink the whole bottle yourself. You're gonna get wasted. It is the most dangerous thing, I think. You know, you go to
I would
cream
try
barbecue.
try
Yeah,
a flavored
get that.
one.
Get the flavored version. It's a whole different ballgame. But
And they come in little bottles too.
yeah, but
It's
like
like
that little bottle is like a bottle of wine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I
But-
knew immediately how alcoholic it was when I I thought it was way
Yeah.
more than it was
Oh yeah.
when I tried
But I
it,
mean,
'cause it's
oh
not
my
good.
god, awful hangover because there's so much sugar to make that taste good. But give
You
it a
think
shot.
sugar goes with hangover, hand in hand? That's the
100%. There's
Yeah.
you literally could not convince me otherwise.
No,
Even if
you're
there
right.
was a scientific study that came out that was like, no, I'd just say like I'm dying on this hill. Like anecdotally, I can't do it.
That would be the fakest news ever. It's like
Right.
everybody knows this. Like if you
you're
Yeah.
sounding a lot like Trump.
if you were
Fake news.
Everybody talks about it. Lots of people.
was doing the Hutch
I got
thing. Okay.
fucked up on soju, and I hated it.
like that's what it is. It's not like you get fucked up on vodka, just regular ass vodka. The same amount of alcohol,
Right.
you're gonna feel way less terrible than you would if you drank Mike's hard lemonades. That's like the one I can think of, like the sweetest thing. You drink a bunch of those, you're gonna feel
It's that and dehydration. Yeah, it's that and dehydration. You got to make sure you're hydrated. That's why I preach to the day that I die, you drink vodka waters. Vodka water is the sole drink you should drink when you're out with your purpose. There's two types of drinking. There's drinking because you want to enjoy it, etc. And then there's drinking because you're going to be drinking for a long time. You're going like you're at a right.
sometimes you drink so you don't get
Sometimes-
so high you can't talk on your podcast.
Right, exactly. so then here you are. But yeah, it's not good, but it gets the job done.
So now I think with soju, I've tried all the main kinds because I've tried sake. Sake is just the grossest thing imaginable. It's fucking disgusting.
But wait, did you get it warm or hot or cold?
I got it warm at a Japanese place.
I'm down with it, right? Like
Yeah.
I can get behind it, but it's not my personal choice. I just flavored though.
I don't know how strong sake is. That's like a vodka.
It's very similar. No.
it's like
I think
I guess
it's also
soju.
like 20-25%. But it's like if they melted down a like a ring pop of green apple and then make it alcoholic. I'm telling you, it's like that level of strong flavor. But
That doesn't
it's
sound
like,
bad.
It's
actually.
not. I mean, it's like Jolly Rancher in liquid form, but alcoholic. And you're like, all right, they nailed it. So good, so good.
Kyle, you've probably not been having drinks at all over there. Just enjoying the week. Not just
Probably
talking about
for
tonight.
yeah.
The whole couple weeks. You ever get like a nice dinner with the beer or anything?
Nope.
All right. Thanks for that.
All right, back to you, Taylor.
Back to you, Taylor.
No.
Woody, how are you feeling? Are you starting to you getting engrossed in the high a little more?
Yeah, indubitably. Yeah, they're just.
I have to pee really bad, but I don't want to get up because talking. Let's fucking talk. Yeah, I'm gonna pee.
Stay right where you are.
We
You can
just
be
give
right
a-
there,
yeah.
Danny Mullen.
Just give a topic.
No.
What's wrong, Kyle? Do you have to pee also?
No.
We just lost our talker.
It's
do we
okay.
do?
Do you have a topic that you would like to discuss?
God, no.
I was going through the AMAs, but I can't find.
Okay. Did you guys want to talk about how the NFL is shielding the Washington football team from human trafficking, and in exchange is now trying to scapegoat the Raiders football former head coach by exposing his homophobic and racist remarks, trying to divert attention away from the Washington football team's owner, who literally put cheerleaders overseas and then took their passports and held them and then had them take like topless photos and shit. And all this is being swept under the rug. Not really. It's very, very, very prominent news right now. But the
all I'm
NFL's not
hearing is
releasing
how
it.
cool the owner of the Washington football team
Oh
is.
my
Did he?
God.
What?
Dan Snyder is the worst human. Such a awful
Would the
person.
worst human be fondled by so many teenage cheerleaders? Well, he didn't say teenage. By so many cheerleaders?
No, I don't think he was the one involved with it. I mean, not in that way. Maybe he was. I don't know. I didn't.
Who
oh
did
my
it
God.
then? Maybe I missed the story.
Everybody.
Who brought the girls over?
The Washington football team, formerly known as the Redskins.
Oh, did the players do it? Is that what you're saying?
I gotta fucking no.
Yeah.
The team.
I'm glad I'm not
worst-
the only one having a hard time following this.
Okay.
Yeah, he said the
Washington.
team did it, but that's the team is not an entity that can do things. It has to be a person.
Hey, fucking Taylor. We're talking about the Washington football team and the cheerleaders. You've heard about this, right?
I don't know what their cheerleaders are. Oh, are they all men now? Is that it?
Yes.
my
and there's topless photos of these dudes, and it's an issue.
Oh, so the Redskins cheerleaders dropped and they're all naked.
No.
What actually happened is the team or someone associated with it brought over cheerleaders in a human trafficking conflict issue, whatever. And Tucker thinks that they are talking about John Gruden's racist email from a decade ago to divert attention from the human
the
trafficking
horrific
of
shit.
cheerleaders.
Then that makes a huge amount of sense. I buy in immediately, having just heard about this.
And it's not even me. I thought that this was something that was more prevalent and that at least one of you would have heard of the news of the week in the national football team. America loves football.
Yeah, I did not hear that. But if some racist email suddenly cropped up from years and years ago as soon as this happening, yeah, that's why.
No. They found it after surveying. I think the FBI or somebody raided the Washington football team's headquarters, which is very interesting. And then the NFL searched through 650,000 emails, which is so great. We get email drama in the NFL. Like, this is, come on, baby. and they found a bunch of racist and homophobic and like literally somebody was like, he hit for the cycle from all of everyone. Everybody should hate him from saying all of these things. And so, yeah, he got fired. But then the NFL was like, okay, and that's enough of that. And we're not going to talk about the Washington football
And
team.
that's they
were like, all right, that's enough justice for today.
They don't have a new name yet for the Washington football team, but if they went from Redskins to just the Skins, and it was a guy with a swastika on his forehead, think of how funny that would have been. Where they're like, "We've heard you, and we have responded,ed," and then it's just Schillinger from Oz. Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's a good idea. Upset everyone.
Did you see the potential names? Because I personally hope they keep it the football team because it's so fucking bland and stupid.
Yeah.
And it's just
to me, it's classy and old time, like a team that would come name from the 1930s.
Yeah, and I think that they should take the XFL team, the Red Wolves or whatever the hell that is, and just or the Warriors or the. Anything else.
I think the XFL had team names like the San Diego Murderers.
They should.
And so that would be pretty cool. The Washington Murderers. Dude, upset everyone.
The Washington Bombers.
The Washington Bomb.
The Washington Drone Strikes.
Dude, the Washington Drone Strikes. Dude, there are so many names you could use to upset everyone. That would be funny. That's pretty stupid of them to have stayed Washington football team for this long. You would think that given the controversy, they would have had names in the chamber to immediately be capitalizing on.
I don't know. You would think that, but I also think that it took a lot of effort for them to make them change it, a lot, unnecessary.
How about the Washington Colonizers?
I'm down for it because they're like, we're going to take over our division. We're going to take over this league.
We're going to conquer our division. We're going to subjugate their women.
We're going there. Your stadium becomes our stadium. All right. We travel to every opposing home game.
It's not only are we playing the Lions today, we're going to burn down their houses afterward and take their children for our own.
It's actually just the Raiders fans. There's nothing different.
These are good names.
Yeah. I think
they need to hire Tucker and I at NFL to do that.
You can rename all the teams.
The
I
murder
could.
games.
the murderers. It's just crime themed.
Felony football would be such a good idea.
That
Make
would
them
be
Felony
play
good.
Fights
without-
was a good idea.
Oh yeah, that's also good alliteration.
But this is much better than that.
But
It's
this
bigger.
is no pad football. Full gun.
Yeah. Only there's a rule. You can have one knife per team, but no one knows where it is or who has it.
Can we
You're
have a
allowed to
wild
use it.
card
The ball
situation?
is actually the knife. And it's actually dodgeball now.
Could we have a wild card type situation where someone had a gun?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the SNL skit.
I
was,
love that
From
idea.
the audience, a randomly selected person.
He was a great quarterback. No one can take that away from him. But what put him head and shoulders above the rest? It was the gun.
Oh, that's so good.
Like seat number 654, you've won the 50-50 raffle. The gun is also on its way. So shoot some people. We don't care. It's just like, all right.
The NFL, we're losing ratings. The new league where one fan from each team is given a tranquilizer dart and a blowgun they can use at any point. And
Oh, they darted
Tom
the
Brady
ref?
just gets yeah. Once again, the Raiders target the ref.
There's players dead
Very
on the
prudent
field.
move, very prudent from the Raiders. I mean, the NHL just started their new contract with ESPN instead of NBC,
Oh no,
and like
how is it going?
I didn't realize how bad NBC was at promoting the NHL until ESPN takes it for one day. They get control of it and they promote the first game of the season. They have Charles Barkley in goalie gear taking shots from Wayne Gretzky. And it's like, oh, this is what promotion is like. This is what a successful sports empire does. Like they put all their effort behind something because I mean, obviously NHL's going to be on SportsCenter and everything now. So they have to amp it up. They have to get it popular to drive people more. I think the first game of the season under ESPN, they did such a great job marketing it. It was a regular season game between the Washington Capitals and the New York Rangers, second highest rated regular season game of all time. Their first one. And it goes to show like NBC didn't give a fuck. They weren't doing a good job. They at one point a few years ago, they had New Jersey Devil games on the Outdoor channel.
Well, you assumed intent. They could be incompetent. They don't have to not care.
That could be it. It could be that their priorities are so skewed where it's like, I mean, NBC has the Olympics, and so maybe they're focusing so much on stuff like that they don't care.
But can I tell you a tale of two, whatever the fucking saying is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But ESPN has Monday Night Football, and it's the worst out of all of the Fox, NBC, CBS, whomever's doing it. ESPN's Monday Night Football is like legendary bad. The commentary is bad. And
Really?
you'd expect them to be very good or at least decent, but like more commercials than anybody. It's just a pain in the ass. So it's crazy to hear that they're doing that much for hockey, but like if hockey didn't have any support to begin with, maybe ESPN is a step up from whatever they got.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is far and away the least popular of the four major sports here, and so they need the help they can get.
Yeah.
But it's neat. Like it'll be fun because apparently Charles Barkley and Wayne Gretzky are like really good friends.
You know what?
Off screen, which is funny.
Do you think there's like a friendship app for like formerly like giga famous people? They're just like kind of hella lonely and they're just like, all right, Wayne, like you want to get some wings? Like I don't know.
Oh, the dude, Wayne Gretzky, best. No one in any of the four major sports, or I would say even soccer, knowing nothing, has ever dominated a sport as soundly as Wayne Gretzky did. No one.
Maybe.
And every time
I don't know how good Wayne was. I know he's good, but
it's a common thing to say. But Wayne, the way you score points in hockey is 1 point for a goal, 1 point for an assist. Assist meaning that you pass it to the person and then they score.
Okay.
And Wayne Gretzky is so far ahead of everyone in point totals over career. He has the most goals by almost 100. And even if you were to remove every goal he ever scored and just counted his assists, he would be far and away the number one scoring person of total points. So everyone else gets to keep their goals and their assists. You remove 900 goals from him, he's still in first place.
So you're right. That is so unbelievably dominant. I'm trying to think of who like I was gonna say, like that's more dominant than Jordan or LeBron. That's
It is, yeah.
That's like you are like the best player in the history of the sport.
Yeah, it's not even close. Like having 200 points in an 82 game season is like considered the most outrageous of things. We'll never see that again.
Somebody's gonna bring up boxing, and I
all
don't believe that would also equate, right? Like I think
Lemieux
also
does.
it. Well, I mean it's incredible, right? But also I feel like with the amount of hockey players given the opportunity to stand on that podium, there are not nearly as many boxers, right? That like
True.
Right? You could be incredible, but you're not. If you're fighting in the amateur leagues, I don't know. You're just not prolific, even if you're incredible.
Yeah,
but
like it was funny, like seeing how they promote. Like, but I was saying, like Wayne Gretzky, best player of all time. He has the charisma of a wet bag. Like he and like so much of it, you can tell he's uncomfortable because they're like trying to pump his tires during the broadcast and like make him the guy where they're like, and Wayne did this and Wayne did that, and he's like so clearly uncomfortable with all the praise. He's like, yeah, you know, well, Charles was incredible in the NBA. Like just trying.
Do you think that he lacked charisma or he intentionally didn't hit it back?
No, I having watched enough interviews with him, he's just not that charismatic a guy.
I watch F1, and there are a bunch of drivers there who just the opposite of hit it back. They intentionally do everything they can to be the driest, you don't want to talk to me anymore interview.
That's a big alpha flex. That's like a stop interviewing me, and I love it for them because honestly, I feel like if you're at that point, like I would, you know, it's like the Kanye West, just like, hey, how you doing?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got nothing out of that. Maybe I don't ask him the next time.
Yeah. And that's what these F1 drivers are doing. But I'm a new fan, and I want to meet these people.
Oh.
And, you know, it's like, hey, how was the race? And they'll either give you the platitudes that don't mean much, or everything is so soft, and they won't even smile for a picture. Like, hey, you know, picture. All right, can you smile for this one? Just like it's like a rude level of disconnection.
It's because they're European.
Gretzky was nothing like that. Like he was clearly out of place.
Yeah.
Didn't like they're trying to make him and like Charles Barkley's obviously already tremendous at his job. He's hilarious. And they're trying to like get Wayne involved.
Oh, currently they are.
Yes. Yeah, like right now, like just last night, like during an intermission or something, they had Wayne shoot 5 pucks on Charles Barkley in like goalie gear, and he scored 4 out of 5, except the one that he didn't score actually went in. And like Wayne is such like a I'm just about the sport and about that thing that he was like, Charles, you dropped that one in the net after it hit you. That's a goal. And everyone was like, no, that's a save for Charles. That's a save for Charles. Wow, Charles Barkley. And so like he like and like quickly like Wayne Gretzky's like, oh, this isn't about the game we're playing right now. It's about the broadcast. Yeah, it's probably better if he saves one. Like
was he just like in my head, he's just ripping it at Charles like mercilessly.
He was shooting it so gently. But because he can pick exactly where on the net he wants to hit it, he can shoot it at 15 miles an hour in an area where Charles Barkley is too immobile to move. And so he just did that. But hopefully they continue it because I'm looking forward to those ESPN highlights and everything. They just like I remember watching ESPN as a kid and being like, God fucking damn it. Like they do such a good job. I don't even care about football, and these highlights are awesome. I don't give a shit about basketball, but these highlights are so cool. I wish they did this for hockey. Why don't they do it for? At the time, I had no idea they didn't have a contract with the NHL, so they went out of their way to not play anything from it because there's, what's their incentive?
Yeah.
Well, people are interested in it, and they watch your show because they're interested in hockey.
But hockey people aren't watching ESPN because they know that it's not there.
Chicken and the egg issue, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Because like you look at the round table, like I don't know anything about the NBA, but I know their like mid-game like banter is unmatched and hilarious, largely because of that guy Charles Barkley.
Good.
Yeah,
it's really, really good. Sometimes they take the banter guys and have them do the whole game, and it's really, really bad.
Well,
yeah,
you know what's great? The NFL has started letting Peyton Manning and his brother Eli Manning do these literal like side casts where they'll be streaming their version of it. So it'll be almost like a Twitch stream where they're like they're in a Zoom call and they'll have random people come, not like celebrities like LeBron may jump in or like some coach or whatever, and it's just like a bunch of like two retired brothers just spilling just random industry like stories and just goofing off, and it's like seeing that real side of people. Like I think they crushed it. I think they had 1 million concurrent viewers in their last
Holy shit
thing. So I was like, oh, like people give a shit about this. I gave a shit about it. It was better than the original broadcast for a game that I didn't really care about. I'm just, as a viewer, I'm like, what's interesting? It's Twitch. It's that idea of it.
1 million concurrents.
Yeah.
Like,
that's insane.
I'm impressed they have the infrastructure for it.
Not me too, because they service a fuck ton of people with like it's the NFL.
Maybe I'm wrong. I guess I think of them like a big stream is like 250,000, and they get those every so often, and they had to be prepared for it. But 1 million.
Oh, are you talking about Twitch or something?
Yeah, we're not.
No, it wasn't on Twitch. No. I mean,
You
they're
said 1
streaming
million concurrents. That's
yeah,
right.
on like on the live stream that they were doing. Like Thursday Night Football is live right now. It's got 31,000 on the main channel, but like Nick Marks or other people are streaming it. Whatever. Either way, I wasn't talking about that. I was saying that when the Peyton Manning stream, the ESPN or whatever stream that the Fox, I don't know what like service they were doing it on, that stream got 1 million concurrent like viewers.
Yeah,
so it wasn't even on like
but I didn't keep up. I think it's me, not you.
No, it's probably me.
No,
it is probably me.
I'm pretty sure.
No, I'm pretty sure you're the most cogent one of us. Right now.
I'm trying to keep up. I swear to God.
Even drinking your,
I know my heavy
Monde
beer.
or
I've got
the
my Canadian French beer. They're just saying sorry every time I take a sip.
Does it come in one of those like giant bottles?
Yeah, with like the cork
course
and
it
stuff.
does. Yeah, so it's way too strong.
Yeah, but it's so good, man. I love it so much because like all you need to do is drink this, and then it's like, all right, that's enough. There's no like you don't need. You're good.
I mean, it's like drinking a whole bottle of wine at that strength. Pretty much.
No.
You don't think?
Maybe.
Is it not the size of a bottle of wine? I don't know.
No, it's not anywhere near. But either way, it's definitely like it's 2 pints or a pint in like 9 ounces or whatever. So it's like
I've given up on liking wine. I
love it.
I just
Kyle,
don't like
do you
it
like
very
wine?
much.
No,
you're gonna. This is audio based, my friend. You're gonna have to give an answer. You're gonna have to. Yeah.
No, I don't like wine. No.
Do you like 1,000 milligrams of weed?
Oh, I'm just real goddamn high.
Yeah.
Expand. What's it like to be that high?
Oh, it's real difficult.
What if I used to hate being interviewed when I was like super high.
Yeah, I hate Woody's creepy interview voice.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What if we did like a
Feels like he's luring me into a sedan late at night.
That's Woody's high voice. Don't blame him.
Yeah.
Scary.
You know, we're fawning over Kyle with 1,000 milligrams. Woody, you're handling this way better than I thought you would. Like 25 off the cuff, not having any tolerance.
Well
like
done.
I thought you were gonna be
I'm not
doing
doing anything. I'm like doing the same thing Kyle's doing. Like,
no, you're not. Kyle's
you do
fighting
a
for
show.
his life, Woody. Okay.
That's gonna be in the description.
I'm not talking like Kyle.
It'll be in the description at like 4 hours and 48 minutes. It'll be like Taylor and Tucker talk for an hour and 14 minutes or whatever.
I don't know where I put it. I wanted to prove it was real, but I kind of already.
You don't have to
you
prove
did,
it's
you
real.
did.
We all know you did.
It is visibly real.
Okay.
My favorite is that it looks like a
doing
condom
anything.
wrapper.
No, you're
it
just
does.
stoned.
It's a
How
big
are
one.
you feeling, Woody? Like you're not vibrating or anything. You're not that high. You're just feeling out of it, sleepy.
No, not. I mean, I don't know. I'm just like the anxiety is a little gone. I feel less pressure to actually do this show while recording.
You almost said the F word right there.
There is a thing where if I twist my head, like I kind of feel the I don't know if I'd say delay like you did, but it's the best thing I have right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a sort of like, yeah, that was
just a warped perception. It's not the way it
Thank
should
you.
be. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know. Mostly I'm just like I got a case of the whatevers.
I mean, there's a reason that's like the stereotype for it is you get high as shit and suddenly you're like, I don't strictly have to do anything. I can just watch Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah,
I mean, ideal, right? Somebody used to joke around that it would make nothing like at least entertaining. So like if you didn't have anything to do, it would make something out of nothing. You could just do it, and like at least at the bare minimum, you could just kind of do nothing, and that would be better than whatever doing nothing you were doing before.
South Park says that they give the speech on the kids, and they're because at first they try to convince kids,
but also like that will what
that'll just about kill you, and they see that's not true, and at the end he wraps up, and he's like, it's not going to kill you. You might like it.
It might if you do it like Kyle is doing.
But if you do it all the time or do it too much, then you don't do anything, and you're just okay with not doing anything, and you don't become what you could be. That's what it says. I'll stop.
It makes you okay with complacency. If you do it too much, like if you're all the time, if you're high 24/7, you're probably not getting a lot done. And I know there are people out there and they'll be like, I smoke every morning a dab and I'm productive as shit. Yeah, those people are out there. People like Joe Rogan are out there who are high all the time and build $100 million podcast empire. But that person is not the norm.
That's not you. And that's not,
I promise it's not you. That's not the norm. You are not Joe Rogan.
Those people get to do it because they are that rich. It's not because you have the same work ethic. You could have the same work ethic, but like, he doesn't have to do much more.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, Joe Rogan was like a very successful actor and show host by the time he was in his mid-30s, and he didn't smoke weed until after that. So it's like, it's not like he was token up as
don't
he was
ruin
ascending.
your life, kids. Don't smoke weed. Or
don't smoke weed.
Be responsible. Also,
why didn't you tell me this 30 minutes ago?
Take your prescribed Adderall though.
Yeah, if you're getting 30 milligrams. Smoke if you take Adderall, just take as much weed as you take Adderall one time. Just see what happens. Some kid's like, I've got 80 milligrams to my name.
Dude, I remember in college,
so
like
gross.
I was never, I don't like any kind of stimulants or anything. I like mellowing out. But I remember like before tests and stuff, someone would give me like a 30 XR. I think 30 is a pretty common one, right? 30 extended release for Adderall. And I would take one and it would like get to be the end of the night. And I would always tell myself I can just smoke my way to sleep if I smoke enough weed. But like the weed guy coming in to fight the Adderall guy, it is not even close to a match. The Adderall guy's pulling his eyes out like a chimp, just ripping his dick off, murdering him. And then I take another hit and I send in another weed guy. That guy gets fucked up the same. And you just take hits. I remember doing this. I remember I had a test at like 8 a.m. and I had taken the Adderall and it was like midnight. And I was like, there just has to be an amount of weed I can smoke that I can go to bed. And I couldn't. I didn't. I stayed up all night. I was high as can be. But like, it wasn't the kind of high I was enjoying. It was like just the bad parts of high because the Adderall was beating down all the relaxation.
Kyle's like, the bad parts, you say.
The bad parts, yeah. Now, Kyle, you're looking pensive. I'm sure you have something to say.
Oh, so many things.
What's the first thing?
Very high. Very, very, very high.
Nice. What's the second one?
It's pretty much just the one thing, really, that I had to say there. It's gonna be a long night.
Are you having disjointed thoughts, like thoughts that don't make much sense, and then you have more of them, like racing thoughts, or no?
No, I don't know.
No thoughts.
Can't really put this into words at the moment. This is
you've taken the amount of weed like to fucking hallucinate.
I'm not having a good time.
It doesn't seem like you are. which I guess is what people wanted to see you so fucking high that you're just crippled by it.
But have you thought?
We're gonna take a break after this.
Yeah, you are. Have you thought about what you want to do when you're done with the show? Because you've got a lot of time to maybe relax and.
I'm going to go get in the bed that's over there behind the camera in the sheets and chill the fuck out.
And try and fall asleep.
That's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
But what about snacks?
I want any snacks. I just want.
Don't want snacks, huh?
What's that like?
Wow, that's crazy.
I feel so sick.
Sick.
Yes.
Oh, that sucks.
Do you feel like you're gonna? I'm genuinely surprised you haven't vomited. I called that
too.
you would vomit from it, but
I'm pretty shocked.
now you're too deep into the digestion for vomit to even matter.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's real.
So are you feeling nauseous or just upset general? Okay.
Oh yeah. All of that.
You got Pepto-Bismol?
We're not moving. We're stationary.
I'm so not jealous of where you are right now.
I'm trying to walk the
Sounds
line
awful.
between because like oh no, if it isn't the consequence of my own actions. like who could have seen this coming? Yeah. But also at the same time, you got some water around because you've been drinking the carbonated cream soda.
It's going to continue in that way. I'm not moving. I'm not moving. The water is just as far as the coffee, and I'm not going there for a long time.
Can you have any of these fellas bring you something?
No. I'm too paranoid for that right now. I can't have them creeping around on me.
I messaged them on Discord.
No, don't do that.
Don't do that. No, this was hours ago.
What are you paranoid? Like, what could possibly paranoid you because you are legally allowed to do everything you've done?
It sounds like Taylor's got some kind of a plot against me to send.
No, I
stand people in here.
I thought you were gonna fall asleep way earlier, and so like a while ago, I messaged the Discord and was like, if anybody has the number of someone there right now, can you please text them and have them make him a cup of coffee? No, this was hours ago. If it was going to happen, it would have happened.
No, I know. I was up there getting the coffee, and like Fish was like, he was running in there to like make some coffee. And I'm like, I'm okay. Like I'm really fucking high, but I'm able to do like normal things.
Do you think you'd be able to enjoy like a show or anything at this level? Or
are you out of your goddamn mind?
Wait,
I can't enjoy sitting still.
Oh,
Kyle, are you gonna want to have your eyes open or your eyes closed?
It's gonna be a mixed bag.
What do you wish you were doing right now?
So hold on, I have a good rec.
Yeah.
If you watch Samsara,
I'm not watching anything.
What is
no.
There's
There's no speaking in it.
I don't want to watch anything. I think I want to watch
play. It's 4K cinematic shot.
Oh no, that'll terrify me. I can't deal with that. Can't deal with that.
You're right. There is like a meatpacking industry part. you might just be
Jesus Christ.
What do you wish you were doing right now, Kyle?
Lying in my cool sheets, listening to this YouTube video that I go to sleep with. That's like thunder and lightning, and like a rainstorm.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Yeah,
Kyle.
Okay.
Do you want to hear about the only time that I think I've been as high as you?
Hit us up.
Yeah.
I hope it's scary.
So it's not scary, but I think it's pretty interesting. So my best friend Cheney was playing a music festival called Hard Summer in the middle of July in LA. It was at this place called the Glen Helen Amphitheater. It's kind of like in San Bernardino, so an hour away from LA in the desert, an hour east towards Nevada. And it's up in this nice little amphitheater. It's in like a mountainside. There's one road in, we're on one road out. She's playing at like noon. It's fucking hot. It is what it is, but we get there early because I love her. She opens the festival. Of course, once she's done at 1, we rip some shots. I haven't eaten. She hasn't eaten. We go backstage and they have artist food carts and some other stuff. And there's a weed stand. And I'm like, oh my God, free weed? Like, yeah, of course. It's Snoop Dogg's weed company. Apparently he's going to come through, but it's his weed company. They're sponsoring. So they give each of us a goodie bag. In there is a bag of chips, a soda, like this like tincture thing, whatever. I'm hungry. I'm hanging out. Like I'm not really thinking too much about it. And so I drink a soda and eat 2 bags of the chips. And I'm like, oh man, these probably do have weed in them, maybe like a 25 milligram or whatever. And I look at the bag, and the bag is 250 milligrams.
Wait, of chips?
Of chips.
There's weed chips?
Weed chips and the weed soda. The soda was 80 milligrams each. No, I mean, I don't know. I was kind of drunk at that point, but it doesn't matter. So I'm eating 2 bags of these. It's not 250 milligrams. The whole amount that I ate was 250 milligrams, the 2 bags and the soda. So I'm like, oh man, this is going to be a real problem. It's 1 p.m. The festival ends at midnight. Like we have a very long time. Like around 3 p.m., I'm kind of out of it, whatever, like really seriously super tired, like kind of drooling on myself type beat. Never been this high in my entire life. And my friend Cheney's like, we got to get you home. And I was like, yeah, it's probably for the best. I can skip day one of the festival. It's not that big of a deal. She walks me to the entrance of the festival and she goes, go get an Uber. And I'm like, okay, I love you. Thank you for taking care of me. Mm-hmm. The problem is that from that point on, I couldn't find the Uber lot. I don't know what the issue was, but I remember being so high that I couldn't fucking find the Uber lot. And I kept walking and walking, and there were so many cars, like a huge line down this one road in. I couldn't fucking find the Uber lot. So I kept walking, and eventually I went to an intersection, and I finally got an Uber to pick up. And the lady was sitting right next to me, and she goes, "What the fuck are you getting an Uber picked up here for?" I was like, "I couldn't find the Uber lot." And she goes, This is a highway on-ramp. And I was like, okay. So I got in her car and she drove me back to the hotel. And I get there and I order a pizza. The pizza comes like 10, 15 minutes later because it was from the room service. And then my friends walk in. And they're like, oh, so how you been? I was like, I don't know, man. I got here like 15 minutes ago. I got a pizza. And they're like, you left 8 hours ago. What happened? It's like, I couldn't find the Uber lot. I walked down the mountain. And I finally managed to get an Uber to pick me up at the highway entrance. So I will never again do that much edible.
How did the rest of it go? How long did it take you to come down?
I don't know. I fucking ate pizza and went to bed. I can't remember. It was not great. I spent Kyle the ticker.
I'm high, very high.
I'm just straight up
I'm not having a good time. I'm empathizing with you so hard.
Me too.
That has got to be kudos
Probably
to you for eating that amount of weed for the show.
Should be a trophy or a belt.
Should be. We should give you a bat, like a Pokemon
you guys
badge.
should. How much could it cost to make one of those like WWE belts, but it's like a tasteful yet
I would like a badge. I would
do a
like
subreddit contest.
I would like a
Who
badge.
designs the best? You want a badge?
I want a badge. I want a badge.
like a pin badge that you can put on a jacket, right?
What do you want it
give
to
him
say?
A ribbon for every time he gets.
I don't know. Have you ever seen like the SS
biggest retard
caps?
in Colorado?
How they have the
the SS caps. Super stoned. No, I'm wearing my. No, I just have a dozen super stone tattoos. Why do you? Well, then explain the swastikas. I actually practice Hinduism,
and the guy who gave it to me was looking at a mirror when he gave it to me. So simple, honest mistake.
Fuck.
I've never seen a Nazi tattoo in public, but I have to imagine like
I've seen one.
Really? Which one was it?
It was in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I was there for a soccer tournament. I remember it because it was this dude just walking around. It was on his calf. And I was like, all right.
What was it? A swastika?
It was a swastika. Yeah. It was a fat one. Like I don't know what it's called. Don't they have like an iron cross like thingy?
Yeah, the iron cross. Yeah. They had
but it was like in that style, but a swastika. You know, like I don't know. It was like a steel outline. I don't know. Somebody linked an Etsy thing. And
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I've never seen someone with a swastika.
Nope, that is not a swastika. Yeah, it was
SS
a swastika
tattoo
thing on their calf.
Like, but I imagine people who get out of prison who like joined a gang for protection immediately, like step one has to be like tattoo removal parlor, Google search. How do I make myself not a Nazi anymore, or at least turn it into like
do you think
we've
that's
said
that
before?
Prevalent though?
What?
Like going into the like white power group for protection, like you think there's no other
the
group
only white
that-
I mean,
right?
I bet there's a bunch of like white power, like white supremacist groups,
true.
but like they're also like operating as a business, and so like you can look online and see like current alliances of prison gangs, and it'll be like the Aryan Nation is allied with the black,
What the
triumphant
fuck?
group or whatever, because they work together in drug dealing and stuff. And so you see, or like the Latin Kings are allied with the Aryan Nation because of like, and so you'll see stuff like that, which is really interesting.
There's like a fantasy gang like app.
Right? There's like
Like,
mergers
what
and
is-
acquisitions happening.
I imagine like it's like
That's
the same
crazy.
thing as like a lot of bullshit where the people like the Nazis at the very top, they're like, why don't you have any tattoos? They're like, I don't partake in tattoos. And then they're like behind closed doors, like these fucking idiots. They're
They
selling all our
tattooed the
drugs.
logo on their arm.
Get this. I got someone to get Adolf Hitler's face. on the back of their thigh.
Is Bill Clinton doing this?
Hey,
Yeah.
I got someone to tattoo Adolf Hitler right on the back of their thigh. His name's Joe Biden. Ask him to show you his calf. He'll talk about his hairy legs to deflect, but there's a picture of Adolf right back there. But I had him get it with a handlebar mustache, so you don't even know it's him. Do you remember those? Do you know those pictures they had online where it's like when they feared that Hitler fled to Argentina or something? It was like, these are the pictures of what this man may look like. And it really drove home this guy Hitler is the most average looking dude of all time. It's just the mustache that makes him super recognizable, because they showed him with different mustaches. They showed him with bald hair, and it's like bald, mustacheless Hitler. You could not pick that dude out of a crowd. It was the mustache that made us think he was so iconic with his looks. and that's why you should vote for me.
What can we learn from this?
We can learn that. Yeah, see, look at that guy on the left.
Dun dun dun.
That does not. That guy on the left looks nothing like what I would imagine
like
Hitler to be. Like if you put him in a psychology textbook and was like, Dr. Johnson came up with this part of cognitive behavioral therapy, you'd be like, oh, okay, that's certainly not Hitler.
I don't know if I want to be looking at Hitler right now.
Well, but the one on the left, who knows if it is or not? You're only looking at 50% Hitler.
It's like fucking Schrodinger's Hitler or something, but there's at least one fucking Hitler. I guarantee it.
Schrodinger's Hitler. If you put Hitler in a box in space, you don't know if he's dead or alive.
Jericho missed out on Hitler. We had a Hitler thing.
After a certain amount of time passes, though, you'd know if the cat was alive.
Yes, that's true, right? Like you can just wait 21 years or something. Cat's certainly dead by now.
Yeah. What an idiot.
I mean,
fuck
you fucking figured it out. Where's the mountain
idiot.
Start?
Just wait 20 years till the cat dies, dumbass.
Where does Theseus's ship end?
Is it Theseus or Theseus? I don't know.
Theseus the ship.
Oh
yeah.
Thanks.
When does his ship become fucking not new anymore?
So what they do is you've got Theseus's ship. They replace one.
Oh wait,
plank on
this is
it.
great, Kyle. When does Theseus explain the solution to Theseus's ship?
Are you out of your goddamn mind?
He doesn't know what
I think
Theseus'
the
ship
audience
is
might
anyway.
not know what it is. I was trying to. So,
Go for it, Woody.
so you have his ship, and you take one board off it, you put it to the side, and replace that. It's the same ship, right? It hasn't changed boat. You take two boards off it, you put a new one in its place. Same boat, right? We all agree you didn't get a different boat. Keep that process going until every board is replaced. At what point is it a new boat? Is it ever a new boat when every part has been replaced? And then if you say, no, I guess you can repair a boat indefinitely and it's never a different boat. Roger that. What if we took all the boards that we used that we got from it and rebuilt it? Would that be the boat? Or it's not the boat because the original one is the boat, even though it's been repaired indefinitely.
Yeah, I mean, you can think about that with people too. Like, aren't all of our cells regenerated fully every 7 years or so?
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
Oh, all the cells in your body that die and get replaced every 7 years. Yeah.
I wonder, every bone cell, but anyway, I've heard that before.
It's probably true. The internet wouldn't lie to us about that.
Yeah.
True.
But it's also there's an easier one. It's where does the field stop and the mountain begin? Like if you have a field that goes into a mountain, at what point?
At the tall part.
The mountain begins at the peak of the mountain.
No, the part that, well, I guess it's when it turns to rocks.
That could be
okay, but imagine that it is all the same surface.
Okay.
But what if the grass goes quite a bit up the mountain?
All right, so a hill. Let's say a soft grassy hill. Where does the field start and stop, and where does the grassy hill?
I'd say a third of the way up.
A third. It's at the bottom.
But where's the bottom? Is the bottom?
It's so bewildering to kind of.
Sure, it's fuck not a third of the way up though.
I'm pretty sure these are all those
I want to contribute with a better conversation. I know this one's awful, people, but I can't. I can't.
Well, then do your best. What do you got?
What do you got? Give us something.
I don't have anything.
Zach desperately wants to know what the weirdest thing he'd find in your cabinets is.
A human head.
I don't know, just sticky spots mostly.
Yeah.
Sticky spots? That wouldn't be weird to anyone, though.
Well, why do you have sticky spots?
Yeah,
If you're
there's
putting
that, like-
dishes back up there, it
Yeah,
should just be
there's,
water.
I was thinking of like, the drawer where you throw all the like extra condiments and like a little packet of honey.
Ah,
Pop
that
back
ain't
there.
sticky on you.
Now there's a little sticky
I don't-
spot, and
can't
you want to
relate.
clean it, but like nobody knows. So
Yeah, there's nothing fun in my drawers.
Close the
It's
drawer.
just dishes and maybe like a junk drawer. You might find some rubber bands to play with. Like I don't know.
We have some.
That is a good
leftover
question,
canine
like-
antibiotics.
What is something that's like genuinely weird that you would even keep in your home in the first place? Like I have a baby sconce. Like that's the weird.
What does that
thing
mean? I know a
Sconce?
sconce is what goes on the
Candle.
wall.
A light, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
right,
It's
right.
but it's like a baby. It's a cast iron baby where the head is the screwed in light bulb.
Ah,
But that's
pretty
that came
cool.
with the house. That wasn't the thing that I had. But that's the weirdest thing in this place.
it's mounted
And
to the
not-
wall right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't think of anything that if something is like upsetting, I don't want it in my home. You know, like that baby head thing. It sounds funny for you, but I don't think Kyle exhaling vehemently.
Kyle's going through it. You know, I think you like have 12 minutes till the end of your suffering.
Sentence. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this is like I feel like you're really getting the whole.
you
9
fool!
yards.
Do you think this ends in 12 minutes?
He gets to
No,
do
but
what
I
you
think it
want,
could be much
which is
better.
nothing.
Yeah, I think it can be much better.
I'll eat another
Although
one. I'll be.
I think
too
you
high
should
this
have
time.
better ideas
Goodness.
than just be in the bed.
Oh my goodness!
Maybe get a glass of water.
Go
And
sleep.
What?
a,
I'm definitely going to get some water.
What is
Yeah.
what is the most that you think you could do right now? Like if you had to go buy a packet of crisps from
no,
the
you
the
then you have to
supermarket,
interact with people. That's
do you
too
think
hard.
you could get through the line normally, or like is walking even a struggle right now?
I would be worried that I was stumbling so much that like people would start worrying.
Yeah, I think
enough.
Kyle. If it would be more like, all right, if
Like I can stumble like my way to the kitchen right now, like by leaning on walls and stuff. I'm sure,
Mhm.
and I'm not just like fall down fucked up, but I'm going to stumble a little around the corners. But if I had to like go to a quickie mart or something, no,
Too daunting.
yeah.
no, that scary.
You're literally built unlike any human I've ever like. I don't think I would be I would be catatonic if I had half of what you had. I would be drooling on myself, and you'd probably kick me off the call. It would be
My
awful.
yeah,
mouth is so
there's-
dry.
There's a 0% chance I could do half of that. I would have kept my camera and mic on, and I would have gone to bed. Like I guarantee, like
He's coming back.
I would have got up for like a pee break, and I would have laid down and fallen asleep and just passed.
Yeah,
Or I would have vomited. Like that's probably what I
kids, you
would
can
have
do
done.
weed responsibly, and it doesn't have to be this way. All right?
Yeah,
Look
but
at
do
the
you want to be
dangers of
cool?
weed?
Don't ever do this.
Yeah,
All right.
don't ever do this.
Don't listen to Kyle. All right, Kyle is only saying this because he wants
Do
to keep
listen.
this
I said
experience
don't
to
do
himself. Kyle wants everyone to stay away from his precious experience. He doesn't want any of you to experience the glory, the euphoria that this man is going
Yeah.
through. Look at his eyes.
Run.
He's loving it.
Look at all the life truths he's discerning right now.
These
He's-
lies.
Is
How's-
God real?
He's speaking with
Oh.
Bob Marley.
A zombified Bob Marley. That's scary.
How'd Bob
probably.
Marley die?
Bob Marley
Yeah.
died from taking 1,000 milligrams of marijuana.
Oh shit!
Don't you remember that classic story?
Yeah, about that one.
He flew too close to the sun.
How
and
did Jimi
died.
Hendrix die?
Same thing. I don't know. Probably heroin.
I think it was
Yeah.
drugs.
All the young artists who die, I assume heroin. I think even didn't Chris Farley die because of heroin?
You know what? It's got to be
Ooh.
pretty fun if
Why
everybody
can't
keeps dying from it, right?
It's got to be meth
Yeah.
a little too, right?
Well, no, you don't necessarily. You don't have to cross pollinate those at all. Like meth and heroin.
Meth is far too.
But you were
aggressive.
saying they all died.
If I'm gonna go
heroin.
out, it's gonna be on
Oh.
heroin. Like if I had to make the choice, it's not gonna be meth.
I don't think about celebrities dying from meth because meth is so like cheap and everything. Like maybe they'll have like a coke overdose or something. Like
Huh.
seems like it's mostly pills and heroin though.
Opiates. That's why we gotta make America smoke more weed.
We do. We got to get rid of that
Opiates.
that huge opiate problem all over the country. People are thinking-
Oklahoma, you listen to me.
Yeah, Oklahoma. Jesus Christ. I
I'm
think they're
coming
like
for you.
aren't they
Yeah,
like the
they're-
worst in the country with it? Like
They're so bad.
so many, like more people are dying from that than like fucking probably car
What are we
accidents or
talking
something.
about?
The opiate,
addiction.
the opiate
Oh,
epidemic with like people.
Oklahoma
taking some
Idaho!
opiates.
Opiates.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's a pretty significant reduction in opiate addiction or opiate related deaths or hospitalizations once weed is legalized. Lead is legalized.
I would have guessed the opiates hit like the Kentuckys and
Yeah. Oh yeah.
States
All
like
of that.
that, Tennessee.
All of the flats is what I call them. All the flyovers. Disgusting.
all the
I don't
flats.
Kentucky's not a flat.
I swear to
Even,
God,
it should be.
I'm gonna
Okay.
talk
All
to
the
all my.
squares.
I'm gonna talk to all my trucker friends. Tell them to stop shipping to wherever you are.
Liberal California.
All those liberals in California eating. Yeah, that's funny. And like, California is actually a huge farming state. It's like, really?
Yeah,
Are you
it's
going to
actually,
subsist on? Are you going to subsist on almonds, moron?
Yes, $7 billion in almonds every year, and it only takes up all of the water in 4 of our states. Okay, all right, and I don't want to hear anybody complain about it. All right?
And I won't
This
because I
thing's-
love almonds. I love the smokehouse almonds from
There's-
Blue Diamond.
listen,
So
there's
I won't.
nothing-
Oklahoma is not bad at all with regards
for
to
opiate. Look up Idaho.
Idaho.
We're just looking at what are the worst opiate states. I know it's like Missouri's terrible with meth. Not
Missouri's not
opiates.
great. but
Baltimore's heroin.
the worst
for
is
sure.
Ohio, West Virginia, Maryland.
I don't
Connecticut
believe.
and
Don't
New
believe the
Hampshire.
stats. Don't believe the lies. These are all wrong.
it
Are we
sounds like
sharing
they
this, Zach? No, I guess not.
No, it's got to be the Midwest. They have nothing else.
Oh
is
damn,
bullshit.
we're in a bad
It
color.
has to be
You know
those
what?
Midwest states that are not the worst.
These
at
are
all.
deaths. These people don't know how to take opiates. Look, that's why the lowest is in the mid. All right, they've been taking opiates for years. They're veterans. Nebraska, what else are they doing over there besides Oxy? Not
Why is-
included.
why is
not?
Missouri
What are
so
they
bad?
What are they hiding? They're hiding shit.
Right?
knew it.
They would have been included in this. If
What
had
are they
nothing to
hiding?
hide.
They're hiding the fucking data.
They could break their little freaking shade
Ah,
of red
son of a
measuring stick
bitch.
and come in solid darker red.
Mm.
How the hell is Iowa so great and Missouri so terrible in this one? Is it coming in from Ohio through Kentucky?
Well, they could just not stop in Louisiana or.
I don't
the
believe this.
state
Who,
is the
cite
cap.
your sources on this.
Zach, can you delete all the state names and we can play the state game again?
I feel pretty confident
We'll
in
just
this.
play the
I'm
state
not gonna
game
lie.
to round out the 6 minutes. That's so
Let's
funny.
play,
You had
can
people
we play
saying
GeoGuessr?
you had people saying that was the best part of the show. Even as we were doing it, I'm like, this is awful.
Dude, I was into it. I'm like, yeah. That's Wisconsin. That's Louisiana. And you're like,
that's
this is terrible content.
That's
And
my
I was like,
content every
oh.
Friday.
On GeoGuessr, except they don't know where
Yeah.
you are.
Yeah, no, but I've done the Guess the States game. You should have every guest do this, and this is their like
Like the show IQ test. Yeah.
Jericho's tough because he's lived on both coasts, but
I can name every state, no problem.
Tucker, what's 2 states above Texas?
We're
States
doing
above
it.
Texas,
Yeah,
Nebraska.
might be.
Wrong.
What?
2 states above Texas. That is Kansas.
It is Kansas. Yeah, it is very long. I was
Wait,
there.
what? That's Kansas?
Yeah,
Where's
Oklahoma
Nebraska?
and Kansas share that large border.
No, you
Where-
said 2 states. Oh, I'm so dumb. I did 3 states. My bad.
Okay, what's the next state up? To him?
What? South Dakota and the North Dakota.
No, 3 states up. You were correct. 3 states up.
Yeah,
is
I know.
Nebraska.
You said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You said 2 states up, and I'm just. I
I
can't
meant
count
Nebraska,
past
but I
one.
can see how.
Believe it or not.
What's the next one? Could have been taken. either way.
You know what? I can't do it anymore. Take it off. Get it off the screen.
No, I had
White.
more.
I'm
I had
addicted to
more guesses.
opiates. Don't laugh. Been taking
No,
Oxy since I
every-
got my wisdom teeth removed.
Every time we don't know what to talk about, we should pull up a map of the states and quiz each other on them.
She's like, hey, what's the capital of South Dakota?
Bismarck.
My Twitch stream took great offense to the fact that Kyle didn't do his edible last week, and it was 4 hours and 20 minutes long. They felt like that was insult to injury.
I feel like it's
I
abusive
didn't even
to
realize
keep
we
Kyle.
did that.
Kyle strategically disconnected his camera so he could leave right now. Oh no, he's just resting slowly. Oh,
No. How you doing, Kyle?
You know, I just taking it one step at a time.
you know what's great about this is that when you really think about it, you only have 8 more hours.
It's only a full work day.
Wait. Oh, after this, his flight's 8 hours away?
No, how high he's going to be high for 8 hours.
How long he'll be high.
Yeah.
But he won't be like shitty high for
No.
8 hours. Like
He'll be
In 3
shitty
hours-
high for like 3 hours. Yeah,
he'll taper off like 3 hours.
In 3 hours, I'll be able to do things again.
maybe. You better hope it might happen. You might be like this forever.
Simmer down.
Simmer down.
Simmer down. You're right. I'm sorry. That was rude.
Jeez.
Saying he's gonna be like this forever.
Is it gonna be
But,
like
you
this
know,
forever?
He could be.
Well, let's hope not, right?
I hope
Imagine
not.
how shitty this show's
Yeah.
gonna be if Kyle's a
Sometimes.
vegetable the whole time. You
Oh,
have to
God.
warm
It
in.
sticks.
Well, you gotta start making a joke of it then after a while. Like
You know what? What was funny though is like I made some like low effort bad jokes while you were stoned. I'm getting huge laughs from
Yeah.
Kyle on these shitty low effort jokes, and I like that. But you should be somewhat high on every episode.
See, if we just moderated
your odds
this,
it's gonna be a while after this. It's gonna be a while.
no, you say that, but
A
you're gonna be
week.
high in 2 days. So
No,
just-
no. It's gonna be a break.
That'll be just
This has
residual.
been
Be a tolerance break until he gets home.
eye-opening experience, a sobering experience. That's so ironic when you say it's gonna be a sobering experience for you.
whew, this is very intense.
Yeah,
I'm sorry for you,
I
man.
me
underestimated.
too.
I underestimated just how intense.
Isn't
this
he
was
having
going
a
to
good
be.
time?
No,
No.
Kyle's having a
Um,
horrible.
Everybody knew it would be a bad time, but I do apologize that you're not having a good time.
Kyle, what type of fun do you think you're having?
Woody, could you explain to me?
No.
That's a trap.
No. No, we're not doing that. What type of fun are you having?
That was pretty quick-witted for
Yes.
guy as high as you are.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what the different types of fun are, and I don't want to know. I hate that there are different types of fun.
There's not.
I
You're not
frankly
alone.
don't believe that there are types of.
You're not
Fun.
alone.
What do you can you imagine taking 40 times as much as what you took? Because that's where Kyle
No,
is
his
at.
mind can't grasp it. It's like explaining like the magnitude of the Richter scale. Like yeah, 4.0, yeah, 5.0 is 10 times worse, and you're like, I don't get that. That
Well, then
doesn't
this is a
make
bad
the
scale. Make it
Richter
of 100.
sense. Yeah, and it's like, all right, it's fucking awful every time. It's
Does
10,000
the
times
Richter
worse.
scale do that for real?
Yeah,
it's a
like
logarithmic scale.
yeah, and so it's like
Ah.
orders of magnitude bigger every time, but that
Yeah.
doesn't really sell it. Like they need to have a scale that goes to 100, or even better, a scale that goes to 1,000. So they can be like, this is an 897.
Yeah, but the problem is that if it goes to 1,000, it need to go like 10 million because like the difference between a 1 and a 5 is
That's
5
even
magnitudes.
cooler.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's logarithmic. So
It's a
so you're
9
literally
million
like,
earthquake.
and you're just like, shit, we're all gonna die. And it's like, nah, man, you're only half up the scale. It's a 5.0 from the old one.
There's a 500 million.
Yeah, it's just like an anime at this point, like Gigadeath. You're like, oh man.
Yeah, like when you would like I've never gotten into anime very much, but I even remember watching Dragon Ball Z after school.
Oh,
And
yeah.
all the time, like an episode would end with one of them like, and like
cliffhanger.
then the next episode would start, and they'd be like, and the thing that they said was world destructive power would be like, and it pales in comparison to what he can do, and then it would be some other guy who can make an even bigger ball of power. Not a very good show.
No, incredible show because it taught you that no matter what happens, you could just die and get resurrected again, and rules
Yeah.
didn't really apply to you.
What show is this?
Dragon Ball Z.
Oh.
Yeah, way
Also,
past
Bulma
Woody's
was
time.
hot as fuck.
Yeah, but it's pretty meme heavy. 9,000 over 9,000. That's from
Yeah.
Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
Probably.
yeah.
It's probably
Probably.
Super
More
Saiyan.
nailed it. You nailed it.
I'll say more
Yeah.
likely than not that it's from there.
I was
So-
pretty sure. I didn't see it.
All right, you guys want to call
Let's
it a
get-
show and let
yeah,
Kyle.
let's get
go
Kyle
to bed.
disappear.
All
He's got
right.
the snake bite.
So you got to check out
PKA 565.
Load Stack. Buy it.
Oh my God.